Hello everybody, welcome back to Wobbleville, and we're going to see what happens with our stream here. There's an upload that I'm trying to do at the same time because that was supposed to be finished like an hour and a half ago and it's still not finished. So if this goes wonky, we'll see what we can do about that. So already I can see that, well, okay, I guess that is going to respawn. All right, just a little bit of a lag there, just trying to see what might be going on here. Now, base right here. Also, let me get rid of this because I thought this was off. 1 second. There. Okay. Also, there. I need that. So, this is the base that we're going to be trying to do. Hey there, Gigabyte. Hey there, Ryan. Well, glad that went around you, Ryan, and glad that you were having some success there. Obviously, Ryan, maybe wait a little bit to post something in the chat there. So yeah, that's the base we're doing. You can kind of see the corners of it here. Now, it's really just going to get the source lighting here. So Armored Wolf, thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Yeah, I know it's been kind of a pain. Like are you going to stream? Are you not? And sorry I couldn't stream last night. Oh, Armored Wolf, look at this. The bezels are a little bit smaller than I thought they were. Yeah, I basically had to take Sculpey bits. These are 25 mil. I thought they were 35 at minimum. I must have maybe clicked on the wrong thing or whatever. But then we got these. I think this is what we'll be doing if I can actually get one of these. This is what we'll be doing tomorrow. So I think they call both of these DJinn. Here is the Efreets. Never mind. Sorry about that, Gigabyte. They call them Efreet, but I can't change the name of it unfortunately now that it's up. So that's well, these aren't the flame catchers. These are the sword version. So maybe this is more of a genie than Gigabyte, but that's the Efreet. That's what they call them. Whatever's, I don't know. Not so sure. So Ryan, that was really looking very cool. Again, Ryan, I'm glad that you're kind of able to maybe enjoy doing some painting again. I know that it's just been all kinds of wacky for so long that it's a little bit difficult to lock in. And again, sorry about all of the craziness here. I mean, weather stuff. Well, I guess it's good you don't live in Davenport because that doesn't exist anymore. Although, when all the storm chasers were driving around on the street, there was lots of flooded streets. That's for sure. No doubt about that. Here, let me get some of the floor. There we go. We need to get some of the floral yellow in there as well. So great to see you there, Gigabyte, again. Sorry I didn't get to do the stream yesterday. I did actually have everything set up. I had a picture of Serenity all set to go, and with the references and such. Everything was ready to go. It's just things they just didn't cooperate, right, Ryan? They did not want to cooperate. That is for sure. I guess Ryan, I know it's, but is it any kind of relief to not have to go, well, okay, it's going to be cold, it's going to be warm, it's going to be this or that. It really doesn't matter so much now. I was hoping that maybe that was also a little bit of another thing. Maybe you chalk up to not having to worry about that. So again, thanks Armored Wolf for being here. Sorry again for all of the kind of like, well, I might be able to, well, maybe not. Well, looks like I can't. Ooh, geez, now looks like I can. I'm back and forth and all that. That was just, and again, who knows? Things still could get crazy here. It's just kind of one of those things where I think we kind of got lucky. It just seems that way. Yeah, okay. I was wondering, Ryan. I kind of was thinking that, but I didn't want to just. Well, we all know what the first three letters in assume are, so there's that. Oh, hey, Gigabyte. I think you got to see this, right? I think you got to see that. That was our stream. This boy, this seems like it was 100 years ago, not just a few days ago. Oh, by the way, this, speaking of a few days ago, I filmed episode 2 of this right here, and well, last night I filmed a video. I don't think this is part of the video, but was another thing with trees because we're prepping for a massive, massive foliage video. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff happening with the foliage. One second here. Again, I'm just trying to keep things where I can actually reach them. Get this orange down here, less of the yellow there. Okay. We'll do that now. Let's do a... So you can kind of see again what it is we're trying to set up is something just like that. Hey there, Recoil. So Recoil, sorry that everything's been kind of this and that and the other. You'll have to tell me what's going on with the Bulldogs game. I think the first quarter did not go well. We'll see if Luke can make adjustments. They are, I mean, they're playing in Marvel. I don't know if did you see what happened to the Magpies there, Recoil? But yeah, the Magpies they came up short against the Suns, which is bad for the doggies. Of course, that is not good for the doggies. So far, the week's results have not been helpful for them. So great to see you there, Recoil. So Recoil, the trees. I might even have to make a few more trees for that video. Again, actually, I have more foliage stuff coming. There is more foliage stuff coming. You know, I'm just so tempted. I'm gonna just. Well, also want to see how much left. So there's 46 minutes left on that upload there, Armored Wolf. Now this is one of the more exotic colors that I found. So that is some of our mod. This will be for our Lothlorien trees, right? With these guys. So yeah, and this is super fresh. So these guys, I mean, this was even wrapped and everything. And I got another. I think I got some orange stuff coming from them, obviously for another set of fall trees. So great to see you there, Recoil. I hope that Mom and Squeak are doing fine. And of course, Rico, speaking of basing and foliage and all that, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, go on ahead, do that. We're going to try something a little different. So this is a Naples yellow with some Van Dyke brown. Naples yellow on the palette. Any other... Is that skin tone down there? It looks like it is. Whatevers. Don't really care. So yeah, if you don't mind there, Rico, you'll have to be the eyes, my eyes and ears for all things footy, unfortunately, because I really, unfortunately, with the bandwidth things here, gotta make sure I'm not taxing that too much. Nice to see you there, Nergo Matthew. Ryan, there's more folks here if you would like to maybe share some of your stuff in the chat there. Things must be messy before they can be neat, right? Well, this is the messy. This is the extreme messy before any kind of neatness. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do some of that. And maybe some of that. Also, I want, well, let me see. I'm just going to apply directly there. More of the white, I guess. More thinner. We'll do this. I mean, I guess you could say, oh, there you go. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Ryan just shared. It would have been possible for me to stream. It's just, well, in the end, it was good I didn't because the end of it would have gotten wacky. So the start of it would have been clear, but it would have gotten dicey at the end. So I guess it's a good thing that I just kind of said no. Oh, also, too, I expanded the fire here because this is not the base that they would normally give you. So I used remember all the blue stuff that you saw there, recoil? That was just that GSW splash effect. Yeah, I guess it's within striking distance, right? Recoil. Thanks for the update, Recoil. Again, and it may be again about 40 minutes or so. I'll be able to have that on because the upload will be complete, and then I won't have to worry about that so much. But I mean, this is starting to look a little bit more fiery, right? Because yeah, I can only have again. We're kind of pushing it here. This is the first time I've ever tried to upload a video to YouTube and stream at the same time. That's normally a major no bueno right there. I'm just hoping to kind of get away with it for a little bit longer. I might have to at kind of like jog over there real quick and just do the, final parts of the upload thing. Let you just a few mouse clicks. But yeah, this is that blue. I don't know if you can really see it on this guy here. But yeah, I expanded all the fire down on the edge of the base there because, yeah, that would not have... it sure didn't look like that. It just looked like it was a miniature stuck on a base. Yeah, it was not really looking... I mean, it sort of looked like fire, but it had a very sudden end right as it met the base. So again, these are just the alkyds because we need this to be all dry by Gen Con. Recoil, the one thing I did see was that Naughton had 3 goals already. Actually, I think he had their first 3 goals. After that, no idea. All I know is that it was about 26-19 or something like that when I started going live, and I had to just kind of say, well, okay, the game gets put to the side for at least a little while here. Hey there, Landrast. So Landrast, more tree foliage stuff showed up today. More is coming. More is on the way. I actually might have to make a few more trees in advance of that. I think I have 7 full-size painted trees and 2 smaller ones. I want to do some bushes as well, so I don't know, maybe I don't need to do more, at least not for the video, but I do need them for the Hobbit terrain, though. Alright, that is going to need a chance to just kind of chill out there for a bit. Okay, let me also... Okay, that was not what I was looking for. I need some of this right here, because I see there ain't much of it out there. Alright, just dumping a bunch of that in there. Whatever's... Gigabyte, well, if you wanted to share anything, Gigabyte, you can do that too. If you want to share some stuffs. Let me try this here. So these are the Conquest Efreets. I thought they were the Jinn, but that's the blue folks that I'll probably be trying to paint on stream tomorrow. So that's probably going to be tomorrow's stream, is the blue skin folks. There's that. Again, sorry that I wasn't able to do the stream yesterday, or last night, whatever. I had everything ready to go. But other things said, nope, you ain't doing that tonight. Now, how's about... I do have my Pearline Crimson out there. What is this? I'm going to use that. Pearline Crimson. And some of that. Mix this all together. So here is the base land dress that you were talking about. That is for the big Rakashar. We're just going to call him Rocky. That's just going to be his name from now on. We'll just call him Rocky. A little bit of my violet, maybe even. Now, we're going to do this. Maybe not there, but over here we will. A little more into there. I was tempted, if I could have started at the time I wanted to, I was tempted to actually start 2 of these. Again, I might be working on 2 2 figures tomorrow. That would be the actual Jinn. Apparently these are not Jinn. Good enough. Now, some of this. Gonna go in here. Now, of course, those crazy Zygomores, the drying time is, well, long on those because we did pre-glaze. We were using like 4 different cobalts, 4 different cadmiums. So yeah, that was those have some extended drying time, to say the least. Yeah, recoil. Unfortunately, that is another one of those teams that they do not play well against. If they could just play GWS and St. Kilda every week, recoil would be great. But I think a loss here, they'll be on the outside looking in. I think recoil, again, because because Gold Coast won, and if GSW wins, they're playing Geelong, aren't they? Recoil. I think that is the only hope for the doggies, is if Geelong wins. At least for staying in the 8 this week. Otherwise, they're going to be making an exit. Well, I hope that it was at least somewhat relaxed in there, Giga. Painting that knowing you didn't have to be rushing around or anything like that. Okay, so that can now just set. Start doing other stuffs here, whatevs. Got this Van Dyke Brown. Got some of this. Whoa, okay, that was out too much of the coal black. Maybe we retreat a bit. Ah, there you go. That's more like it. Whatever's. Whatever. Put that in there. Basically just sussing out a color scheme on the fly. So yeah, recoil GWS, they're playing Geelong. Now it is in Sydney. The game is in Sydney, so although home field advantage didn't really do too much for the Cats their last game or the game before that, so I'm thinking of going with the darker skin on these guys just cause whatever. See what happens. Darker there. Alright, we'll just make all that darker. Just easier that way. Now we're starting to get some of our contrasty things going on, that's for sure. Indian yellow. Oh, nah, not the Turbosa. Oof, I almost grabbed some Prussian blue thinking that was asphaltum. Ain't no asphaltum over there. That would have been a no bueno. Well, we got something. We'll just roll with that. Don't even know what that really is, but... And that might not be gold. That might change to something else up there, because that maybe is supposed to be more like fabric. Maybe these are gemstones here? Ah, I see that's, maybe that was supposed to be our... Yeah, that was supposed to be our fabric color. Hey there, Uber Yeti. Great to see you there, Uber Yeti. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Is it? Oh no, it's still a happy Friday. It's still actually a happy Friday. Wow, look. Well, there you go. I was sure that it was already probably Saturday. Let's see if I can't fish out some of that green there. In you go. More here. So sorry I didn't get to stream last night there, Uber Yeti. I did actually have a Firefly / Serenity thing set up. Didn't get to do it. Again, I'm just going to let some of this darker stuff get on here. If it flows into other stuff, it flows into other stuff. Don't care. Things must be messy before they can be neat. And we're gonna emphasize the messy. That's for sure. Okay, well he is certainly looking a whole lot darker now. Well, happy birthday to Mrs. Yeti there, Uber Yeti. Hopefully it was a fun day. Yeah, Uber Yeti with all the crazy weather stuff. I just kind of was waiting things out last night, and then what was it, Armored Wolf? It was like 12:30, and I said, well, there might be a window. And then Armored Wolf was like, yeah, maybe just film. So that is what I did, is I filmed a video last night instead. Well, well, looky there. That all got filled in anyway, so we might still be changing that. Now, what I might also do here is see what happens with this. Where's my floral yellow there? Ah, yep, it will work. So it's not making it so thin that it is a pin line wash, but making it thin enough so that it's going to flow easy. Delicate balance right there. So again, Uber Yeti, I guess, well, now that you're back, have you had a chance to kind of do some painting maybe? Because you've been back for a little bit now. So again, the idea is very much like what we did on this base here for our giant our Rocky or Rockashore. Ooh, we just picked up some of our darker red there, so I had to refresh the brush a bit. Let's refresh that. And every so often, I'm going to go check on our upload and just see where that is at. So after I think I do this portion here, let me see. Well, it's 27 minutes. There should only be about 20 minutes left on that upload. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Uber Yeti just shared. Let me try this. Now this is case in point. That doesn't happen with acrylics. What we just did there, because again, it is mostly thinner, yet it's still basically showing up as an almost white because oils. That was acrylics, it would be a very dingy, not white. Whatever it would be dingy and it would be not white. So again, everybody check out Gigabyte and the Ryan's Instalink, and of course Uber Yeti's fabulous oil painted miniatures. So Ryan, do you think you're kind of getting some of your the speed and efficiency back now? And of course, you're probably ready to head off to sleep here too. So I'm continuing here with this stuff it's not quite a pin line wash. It's in the neighborhood, but it is definitely not an actual pin line wash. Otherwise, it wouldn't be stopping right there. It would be trucking for miles. It would still be going. And as you can see, it is not doing that. And trying to work our latest color here down into these recesses. Now up here, I think the next thing I'll be able to fool around with is probably the skin tones, because obviously I have to wait for things to not be all shiny. Until they're not shiny, there's no fooling around with that. That is when you know your paint is set, is when it's not shiny anymore. Ah, that's fantastic, Ryan. And two, I mean, again, there's like we talked about, you're just maybe just now kind of getting out of the mindset of, well, geez, there's these 20 million other things I have to do. Can't do this right now. And now that's, you maybe just now can kind of free yourself from that just kind of nagging, I really shouldn't be doing this, or holy smokes, I haven't done this in weeks now. I didn't get this down in here. So again, these are from Conquest, Sorcerer Kings. Was it Last Argument of Kings? I think is what they call the game. Parabellum Wargames is the company. Nice to see you there, Valfera. Uber Yeti, guess what? Well, guess what I'm using right now? Yep, that's what I'm using. The very thing you just got. Actually, Valfera, there was a nice little price drop on the Paul Rubin stuff, right? So Valfera, I think I sent you a picture of all the trees, right? Because I filmed a video last night, and I have tons and tons and tons of tree foliage stuff that has shown up. Way more advanced than what I still have to find the old blog posts. So Recoil, if you check out the blog and you look at some of the bolt action terrain, actually it's some of the more recent blog posts, and that we're talking maybe 2016, 2017, whatever. That's when I last made the trees with the moss and everything. What is it? The reindeer moss. That's it. So yeah, Valfera. Yeah, I don't want to jinx nothing, but I think we just got super lucky today, Valfera. Because believe me, as of 8, 9 o'clock, it was everything was still we still had a big bullseye on us. So yeah, Rico, I gotta find the links to that because I want to just snag some of the pictures. Now there I was using, oh, what the heck is that stuff? The spray adhesive, which actually worked really well, except I can't use that. At least not on camera. I can't use that because, well, it'll get all over the camera and all over everything. So I am gonna have to try the Luke's APS glue. I can't even use a little spritz bottle. I just am gonna have to see if I can just try to brush that glue on somehow in the most controlled way available. Don't know if that's going to work. It may not. We shall find out. Now, Valfera, that was all with the New World paints and the Green Stuff World dipping inks. I mean, we have. Where's another one of the trees here? So there's another one of the trees. And again, I've got. Oh, is this the. No, that's not one of the new ones. Well, again, here's another one of the trees right there. And again, we're going to be putting all, because these are the ones we made out of the tree supports. We're going to be putting the foliage on those. I'm just going to play around a little bit of my, yeah, I can't really even play around too much with the later stuff there. I'm going to grab this maybe. See if I can do some of that here. Let's see. I'm trying to see which of your posts this guy affected here. So there you go, Rico. You can claim vengeance on the autocorrect monster. If he decides to, you know, do something nasty to you, of course, he wants to live in the dark corners and the dark crevices like the Magpies fans, right? Recoil. So if you do that, you will reveal him and take him out of the shadows. And Recoil actually made the monster. So yes, Recoil created the image of the autocorrect monster. So Recoil, I tried using that knock knock. I'm just gonna call it knock knock app, and it literally just had the figure just like on the base, just slide across like it was a chess piece moving across the board. And for whatever reason, it ignored the sword that was already in her hand, and like all of a sudden she pulls out another sword with the other hand. Oh, okay. Because I saw Workday Valfira. Here, again, we're still going with the orange here. Still going with that. Little bit of that over here. So this is something that I've been trying to prep and base these guys plus these. So I think I'm gonna see if I can work on maybe two of these tomorrow. It could be a longer stream tomorrow. It might start a little bit earlier, not super early though, but it might be an earlier starting stream tomorrow. Valfur, I'd never heard of them before. They were prize support, right, Ryan? They were prize support at Adepticon, not Adepticon, at Little Wars. Um, they're made by Createx, Valfera. They're made by Createx. How you doing there, Lead Logic? Great to see ya. Well, we still, it's weird to think that it's still a happy Friday here. I keep thinking it's got to be Saturday by now, but no, it is still a happy Friday. Valfera, have you seen any of the videos on the big Rakashar monster? Because look at that. I mean, this is a big dude, right? I think that's a 60 mil base. That's the base that Rakashar goes on. And he's got a giant wall of flame coming out of his back that's twice the size of this thing of flame here. So yeah, Valfera, and they must be kind of like an semi-alcohol based thing. They're water based, but also alcohol based, if that makes any sense. Because it says caution irritant, and I just keep thinking that's if you're going to airbrush it, and it gets up in the air, kind of aerosolized. That's probably where the warning was attached. Let me do this here. We need to get some of this on our swords and his hand here, his arm. But again, our little post glaze, that's got to set a bit more in some places. So let me see, we've been streaming for almost 40 minutes, so in maybe the next 5 minutes or so, I'm going to check on that upload, see if it's gotten to the point where I can just do those last few mouse clicks, and then that'll be over with. I won't have to worry about that anymore. to go here. But super excited about that reindeer moss stuff. I had no idea that there was so many different colors of it. I also have more flowering material and more like the fake leaves. Oh, I watched at least half of that thing that Mel did recoil. That link that you sent. Because it's funny because Kathy's family has tons of those birch trees up by their cabin up north. That's the stuff that's the same birch bark that I was using to paint on. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful there. Let's not go too crazy here, pulling this stuff around. So again, the goal is to use the reindeer moss to bulk out the foliage, and then the reindeer moss acts as a lattice work for all the other effects. Leaves, clump foliage. I got more flower stuff coming. The same stuff we used for our tufts here that we made. So see all the flower tufts there? I got more of that material. And again, more fake leaves because I need, well, thousands of them to be able to do these trees. So obviously we will be doing more stuff with our fire down here. This is just kind of round one. We need to definitely get more orangey stuff on that sword. Let's do that. We know we need to do that. Some of that up here. Now, I don't know if anybody's had this happening to them in GPT, but it does a rendering for you, and it's all weird and grainy. There's like no color to it, and it basically does it on every single device, every single machine, every single device after, oh, I don't know if it's like, well, you haven't quite used up your quotient of images for today, but we're just going to not let you make images anymore. It's hard to describe. So great to see you there, Lead Logic. Now that this is not quite so, it's not, again, it's got that set property to it. It's not quite so shiny. Now I can actually start to do some of this in there. Let me do this. Maybe a little bit of the non-fluoro stuff out of there. I don't think the dry brush is going to work there either. I'm going to try and get a little bit of that yellowy stuff in there too. That's not working. Well, Lid Logic, there really is, I mean, ironically enough, there's no really white in anything. Everything has some kind of a color to it, so there's really nothing that is pure white. Even this, that obviously on screen it looks like pure white. That is most definitely a yellow. It's kind of a lemon yellow, but it's very much a yellow, even though it might appear to be white on screen. I'm pretty sure there's, I mean, even here. Okay, let's grab Gandalf the White on the White Horse, which has no white. There's actually no part of this that is not tinted some kind of color, even though it's, well, Gandalf the White on the White Shadowfax. So if you're having trouble getting back to, well, pure white, then that's no big deal, because it's not really necessarily where you want to end up anyways. So it works out in your favor in the end. So it's no harm, no foul. Yeah, Velfur, that birch bark was pretty. That was a pretty nice. It was basically like painting on the hot press illustration board. No, 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 no. That's gonna be too much. Too much. Let's go back. Some orange here. Maybe like that. There. A little bit of that over here. A little bit of that over here. A little bit of that over here. Down there. Also there. Can I finally, yes, I can finally start fooling around maybe with some of this stuff here. Oh, by the way, 47 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. Oh, and we're also doing that. So just throwing that out there. And of course, I had no idea what, other than the object source lighting, I had no idea what I was doing on this color scheme wise. So we're just like, well, we'll figure out something along the way, I guess. There was no grand plan. So again, let me see. I'm going to wait a little bit. Man, I think, now I'm going to wait another 10 minutes. And then again, I just got to do a couple of mouse clicks over there, I think. And that should be enough to finish off my, either, well, oh, that's right. It could be doing the stupid, whatever checks that it does, which sometimes take longer than the upload itself. So yeah, we should definitely wait then. Yeah, well, Ryan, that's like the thing I talk about all the time, right? Because sometimes folks just they want to see a little something that is actually, well, done before they have to stop their session. So Ryan, do you think on average that the work sessions are going to be around that 2.5 hours max? Kind of like what we've talked about so many times? Because I think that's kind of what yours was before, right? It was around that 2.5-ish hours or so on the high side. Oh, and those bezels, by the way, they were a little bit smaller than I thought they were. I actually ended up just having to make pieces of Sculpey. You can see that there. I was using a 25 millimeter base as a thing to try and cut it. Speaking of cutting, Yeah, Landress, actually it took 3.5 magnet sheets and I already magnetized at least 10 ships. So that's a testament to how many ships that I've painted. And then, of course, I've got 3 more ships that are all prepped and primed that haven't even been painted yet. Those are also going to have to get magnetized. So about a couple hours then, Ryan. So right about 2.5 hours. So see, Ryan, you could film video tutorials. They would all be about 2.5 hours long. Now, believe it or not, the one that I just filmed today was only 9. That's the weird thing, Armored Wolf, is that this 90-minute video took longer to upload than the 2.5 hour ones. And I mean like 2.5 hours, like 2 hours, 36 minutes long. No idea what's going on there. Valfira, we basically have all the navies of the world all shoved together in the same case. Because we have the Regia Marina, we have the Marina Nationale, now we'll have the Royal Navy, IJN, US, Kriegs, they're all shoved together. I'm trying to darken you down just a smidge there. So it's hard to tell whether it's done or not. Again, I'll have to just kind of walk over there. Unless I do this. Well, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going with some of this orange here. So this is again what we're trying to do here, and then of course on this base as well. Well, Velfair, at least they're going to be sunk in shallow water, so it'll be easy to raise them. Yeah, so when they get sunk, Velfair, that should be some pretty shallow water, wouldn't you say? Fine, let me grab a little bit more of that. Little of that over here. Oh, I do have the Puro Orange out here, by the way. That's the Winsor Newton Puro Orange. It's a combo platter of super expensive and super cheap. We got the Paul Rubens, and we've got the Williamsburg Puro Orange, all Series 7 of it. That Puro Orange is probably more expensive than all of the Paul Rubens and what are they? The Winsor Newton colors combined. Come on, a little more of that orange down here. Well, actually, they don't sleep on the UK there, Valfera. Now, believe it or not, the that's one of the reasons why the Graf Spee, or sorry, the Graf Zeppelin was restarted, was because of the Toronto raid. They saw the results of that, and they thought, well, with our one aircraft carrier that we've never used before, we'll be able to pull off the same thing. Hey, Maynot, welcome back. So Maynot, I hope that everything has been fantastic. Sorry that the stream times have been so late. And of course, Maynot, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So great to see you there, Maynot. So Maynot, some very fun, lots of different experiments have been going on. So many different things. More experiments are about to take place with trees and foliage because we don't have enough basing, right, Recoil? That's the one thing we never do in the chat. We never do enough basing, right? Everybody please check out that Discord link that Maynot just shared. So Maynot, I hope that all the painting stuff has, of course, gone really well for you. Recoil, yeah, I'm thinking this game is pretty much probably going to be a write-off here. I mean, 23 is reachable, but you know, you are playing the number 3 team on the ladder, so that's that. It's one thing to be behind, say, oh, I don't know, Essington or St. Kilda or something like that by 23. Of course, Collingwood almost won, and they were down 30 something to Gold Coast. So this is actually the Puro Orange that I'm using over here on top of the flamey stuff there. Geez, Maynard, I'm not sure if did you see any of, well, we're just calling them the truffle lights. So we've actually done all 4 of these now. I finished off this one in a tutorial. This is a 2-part tutorial series. Oh, actually, Valfera, there's going to be a really nifty film noir for this one right here. I mean, that is I call it dual contrast mode. Well, we'll talk about that later. And then, of course, here is our panel line Galactica, named because of this. So there's panel line Galactica. Geez, Valfera, I meant to get you a picture of all the Battlestar Galactica ships that I printed out. So recoil, I mean, if anything, if you're going to lose, you got to keep that maybe a 1 or 2 score loss, and at least not take the percentage hit too. You don't need to double up the bad stuff. Let me do something here. Get with the orange. Let's do that over here now. So Valfera, that is definitely Galactica, because man, Valfera, for whatever, I was looking for reference pictures of Serenity, right? And what kept popping up was all this BSG stuff, and you know, obviously some model kit of the Pegasus flashed up there, and oh my gosh, it is this big honking thing with 8 engines on the back of it. I mean, it basically looks like 2 Galacticas pasted together, like one on top of the other. It is that ginormous. Well, it is a 3-score game, Recoil. They've got it down to 3 scores now. Fine, I'm just going to use a little bit of that here. I guess maybe that's the one thing that saved him then. Recoil is the kicking accuracy. Well, never mind. Scratch that. So yeah, Valfera in the new Battlestar Galactica, Pegasus is literally about twice the size. Essentially, it's and of course it was supposed to be fully automated, so it's essentially supposed to run on half the crew of Galactica. Alright, let me see if I can start doing some skinny tones here. I also was fooling around with some of those brushes that came in from Kathy's sister, and here's the guys that were paint. Well, it's not the flame chuckers, whatever, flame casters. I thought they were flame catchers, but yeah. So we're gonna get some violet on them too. So yeah, that was the old Battlestar Galactica. I'm also trying to keep this in line with the Rakashar. That's it. Yeah, I'm trying to keep that in line with the Rakashar that I did. Hey there, Camda. Nice to see ya. Appreciate you being here, Camda. Again, I'm thinking that's maybe not supposed to be cloth. I'm guessing that's supposed to be, or not supposed to be gold. It's supposed to probably be cloth, but I don't know. So yeah, all you can hope for is it comes down to the final quarter, right? Right, recoil. So again, may not appreciate you being here. And hey, Camdo, why don't you share some of your oil painted stuff in the chat? So that is actually changed into violet there, because well, reasons I guess. You know what? Where's my? Oof, okay, that was a little more Prussian blue than I was really thinking. So let's go this way with it. Where's my sword here? Come on, there we go. Another little bit of our lighter blue there. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Again, we just posted the latest video there, and well, there is more on the way. I just filmed another video. As Naughton, that's he's got himself 5 goals there, Recoil. That's not nothing. Can he kick the doggies to a miracle comeback? Yeah, that's got to be our green or turquoise. Turquoise. Same here. Fighting through some of the really nasty mold lines and gaps. So Cam, I hope that all is well there. Take this. Okay. I think that brown and stuff worked its way into our green somehow. So I'm just going to keep going up here then. Ooh, okay, that was a little more of the not radiant green than I wanted there. Oh, and by the way, 1 hour ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. So may not, these are going to look a little bit different than the last time you saw them. There's been a few additions, may not. Yeah, since the last time you've had a chance to join us here. Been a couple of additions to this right here. There you go. Oh, geez, recoil. I forgot to put the linseed pyramid on here, too. Now, of course, well, we were talking about this, Ryan, right? We're kind of starting to work our way out of the messy stage. Of course, we are going to definitely show here how contrast is much more than just light versus dark. And of course, well, we've got some metals on here, and we got all this fire, so we're going to have to reflect that right on the surroundings on our surface. And of course, we certainly had to think about this too, because we have done some almost pinline wash type stuff, but as you can see with the light, right, it's like it has no effect as far as its opacity goes. So let us do a couple of film noirs here. I mean, other than that being lighter, does it really look like there's anything, even at this early stage, source lighting about him until the color comes back? Well, all of a sudden, very, very different. Now, this is also kind of fun right here to do that, because it's just the base, and you can really clearly see, okay, where the light source is from. That still does look like some kind of object source lighting. But look at what happens with, I mean, you really just boost the contrast now, right? And you add to the fiery effect because you got the cooler blue here, and then you got the much warmer fire color over there. So yeah, and of course, wait, no, I still want that to be our gold there, I think. And then of course we have our Zygomorphs, and here's the newest one. So watch this, Velfera. Actually, I can zoom in too. It still almost looks like there's nothing there, right? There's a little bit of shading, but look at this. Now here's the dual contrast part that we're talking about. So it's not just red versus green. We have a warm green versus a cooler red. So you have the first set of contrast, red versus green. Second set of contrast, warm green versus cooler red. So you got two different things built up, and of course that's why contrast is more than just light versus dark. By the way, Maynot, we got tons of stickers. We got tons of stickers. Some of them are also on the merch, on our merch thing, on our Twitch store there. Come on, a little more of that here. Some of that in there. Now, what did they do for him? Of course, that is not what I'm looking for. I'm going to actually try to get my real references up here. One sec. Okay, so I will make that turquoise then. All right. Hey there, Wargame. How you doing? Camda, I have some sheets that have like multiple stickers on them, and then the other ones are individual ones. I wasn't quite sure how they worked at first, Camda, and I might do another change on those also now that I have a better idea how they work. So Valkyrie, you've got warm and cool colors, but within that, right, you can have a blue that's got more red in it, and you can have a blue that has more green in it. So the blue with more green is going to be considered a warmer color. The blue with more red in it is going to be more like a ultramarine blue, cobalt blue, something like that. So these are from Parabellum Wargames, Conquest Miniatures, and Last Argument of Kings, I do believe is what they call the game. So just like here, this is a cooler green because it's got less yellow, more blue in it. I know it can be kind of confusing. That's why I don't really bring up that dual form of contrast too often because that could get a wee bit confusing there. Valfera, remember how I said that color theory stuff in art school? It was driving me so nuts. I almost just kind of gave up on painting because there was that notion of a cooler color recedes and a warm color comes forward, except if the cooler color is a saturated one and the warm one is desaturated, then it's all flipped on its head. Yeah, that confused me so much, Velfair. I was just kind of like on the cusp of like, okay, maybe this is just not for me because I apparently I can't understand this. It's pretty wild, right, Velfaira? So yeah, we're going to be doing, well, we got two more of these. I'm going to do one of them as a video, and then these are the ones I'll be working on, I think, tomorrow right here. That's going to be a very different type of thing here. And then, of course, we've been painting all these Zygomores either on stream or in video. So those are the Archvillain 3D printed Zygomores there. One second here. Let me move this stuff back here. Where is my... There. Okay. So yeah, Velfair, it can be awful confusing, right? Very, very confusing. Now we got all of these crazy little things. I'm just going to try to throw something lighter there for right now. I'll probably be going back into that with some kind of a lighter glaze type of a deal later on. Nice to see you there, Artemichael. So Artemichael, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? Why don't you go ahead and do that? And of course, well, now it's a happy Saturday. Now it is a happy Saturday. For most folks in the chat, it already is Saturday. For some folks in the chat, it's closer to Sunday. Yeah, Valfira, that's kind of one of those things where basically you learn it by doing it. Trying to like study it and memorize it like some kind of multiplication table is probably not going to get you very far. It certainly didn't get me very far. Of course, if I had film noir back in the day, right, Valfira, that might have helped. Film noir would have helped a whole bunch. Yeah, Erda might go that well, that crazy death orb in the sky. No idea what that is for. Maybe work a little bit more of that lighter teal in there. It's a bit more of our sky blue-ish type color there. So now that we've got some of this teal color in here, actually it's going to make even more of a dramatic difference. Okay, so now we have some shading there, so that's starting to look different. But boy, oh boy, look at the, so you have that cooler turquoise, and you have the warmer, all right, look, it already starts to show up. Wait till we get the violet in this scarf thing over here. And I think we've got, does this one, yeah, this one has some violet on there. So this one has a whole bunch of violet, and also let's, you got that too. So here we got, all of a sudden, just the straight up value, right? The lighter parts really stand out. The lighter parts actually don't stand out quite as much when we return the color because they're kind of in the same family as the violet. Right, you got kind of a burgundy, magenta, and the violet, so there's not quite the contrast like you have here of the yellow and the violet. So again, that looks very flat. So you bring this back, and now you have, again, the contrast of the violet versus basically kind of a amber slash tan type of color there. Nice to see you back there, Grandpa. Actually, Grandpa, apparently these are Efreet. Actually, Grandpa, I think they probably had that, chocolate-covered raisins, and frosted mini wheats. I think they had all of the flammable foods there, Grandpa. Now, I cannot confirm nor deny that I might have had 2 of those 3 today. I did have chocolate-covered raisins. I did have mini wheats. I ate pork carnitas. I don't know if that counts as, I don't think that quite counts as taco smell. Now, let me get this violet. Okay, that was a little too light. Back that up a little. So we changed the color on these. Again, this is to make it a little bit more like a Rakashar. I almost forgot about the violet that I had on him. That's a warrior's drink, right, Valfera? I do believe that is a warrior's drink. Actually, who knows, Valfera? Maybe that's what created that little dome and protected us here. So actually, I think I could say, Valfera, that my dietary choices today saved lives. I think they saved lives and property. I'm totally willing to take credit for that. Now, of course, the slight slowdown in the rotation of the Earth, that has also been blamed on me for standing in the wrong direction. So if you do notice time working backwards, then maybe I had a little bit too many of the mini wheats and the chocolate covered raisins, and maybe it stood in the wrong direction. me lighten up this file even more, maybe. This is about the last I can do on the file. Then I'm going to have to move on to other places, let this have a chance to set. But again, we're only 1 hour, 20 minutes in. We are going to move on to the skinny tones after doing this here. Yeah, why don't we move on to the skinny tones? Magic Shell. You can never have too much Magic Shell, Velfira. Despite what physicians may say, there is no such thing as too much Magic Shell. Oh, by the way, Peach Cobbler achieved, well, technically it was Dump Cake. Speaking of chocolate-covered raisins and such, yes, the wonders of Dump Cake. Kathy's sister told me about this, and I went, what the heck is that? You basically take peaches, canned peaches, you get your 9 by 13 whatever, you dump them all in there. Then I think I put a little bit of nutmeg in there too. Yeah, I did some nutmeg. Then you pour in, put some butter, cubes of butter. Then you pour a cake mix over the top of it. Then a few, I advise more butter cubes than less for that top portion. You stick it in the oven, and for 45 minutes at, what, 375, it's done. Valfira, well, there was no way I was going to get the ice cream home intact because it was about 90-something degrees. However, I could get the Cool Whip. I could get that home, the stuff in the can. That actually has worked out pretty well, Velfira. Obviously, since I will be trying, I already have the pineapples, but I'm going to try the pineapple. I'm going to try, what was the other one? I'm going to try the pear. I saw apricots at the store. This is a cuisine channel after all, right, Recoil? This is a cuisine channel. So that was super fantastic. That dump kick thing worked out really, really, really well. Very happy about that. Now I think let me just try this for the eyes real quick. Let me see how this works. And then we'll get to some of the skin tones. Yeah, Grandpa, that was suggested. Actually, some of the mix. So they even said, you know, hey, you could just get the fruit cocktail stuff and try that and have a whole bunch of things mixed together. It's the everything. So yeah, Recoil, I do believe the Marvel magic is over. I don't think the magic of Marvel can save him. I do think, unfortunately, I mean, it's not entirely out of reach, but I think all they can do is hopefully stave off a percentage blowing loss there. That's probably about the best we can hope for. Of course, the Wapelville Sports Network covers everything. Apparently, it also covers the CFL. And your Saskatchewan Roughriders, I believe, are still undefeated atop the CFL standings. The Western Division is pretty crowded, though. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers, I think they're actually over 500. I think Edmonton is as well. Oh, and of course you have Calgary. I think they were actually 3-2 also. So I think you've got most teams in the West over 500. Not so good for the East. I think the Alouettes might have a 3-2 record. Toronto, not so much. think British Columbia, I think they're also kind of they're lagging behind a little bit. Then you have the tiger cats, which is kind of like calling like an aircraft plane. I don't understand. I never understood that particular name there. As opposed to tiger dogs, I guess. Or tiger birds. I don't know. Because you have to clearly define that they are tiger cats. Actually, Valfira, it's a combination of curling, hockey, and soccer. So Valfira, this is Valfira's second time declaring vengeance against the autocorrect monster. That is another one of the new things that we have added to the channel here. So if your chat post is shall we say altered by the autocorrect monster, you can reveal him. Yes, you can reveal the autocorrect monster. I was wondering about that, Valfira. That one made way less sense than the what was that? The workaday or workday quote. Yeah, that one didn't make any sense at all. Oh, and by the way, I was telling Armored Wolf that max velocity today, he spilled. Now, you know why people say, well, why don't you have tea on the channel for your voice and stuff like that? Here's why you never have tea. Because Max Velocity spilled tea on his brand new $200 keyboard and fried it. He's had it all of 2 weeks. Actually, less than 2 weeks, and he fried it by spilling tea on it. So Camden, I'll also be adding the linseed pyramid. I'll be adding that. Hopefully, maybe even by the next stream. Well, later today. So now you can see we're starting to get some of our skin tone on there. Ooh, that's a little. Wait a minute. Let's get more of the. There you go. We need to get more of the Van Dyke brown in there. So what I might actually do here is I'm going to go over there and see if that upload has finished and just do those couple of mouse clicks on it. And we'll be all good. Ready to go. Need to get his skin tone on that side of his hand. Does Luke have any more tricks up his sleeve there, Recoil? That's I guess that's what we're going to find out. Does Luke have any tricks up his sleeve? Now, where's my... that's the one I'm looking for. That is the one that I am looking for. Let me get some of that red in there, too. Now, one of the notorious things about the Conquest figures, just in general, is they have a tendency to be kind of smushy on the details. Now, especially if you're used to painting 3D printed miniatures, it is that much more glaring. But yeah, the details can be a little bit soft, so sometimes you need to enhance those a little bit. And that's kind of, sort of, what I'm starting to do here a little bit is just, again, to sharpen up some of the... Don't forget, I also gotta hit this this base here, too. So yeah, all of this stuff kind of here needs to be a little bit more sharp on the details. More of that here. Let me see. Well, since it's the 12th, I will be posting another one of our videos to the Patreon page. Yes, we have another video coming to the Patreon page. Probably going to be the Zygomore episode, actually. Yep, we're going to definitely need to do a little extra something on the eyes there, I think. Alrighty, so again, don't go anywheres. I'm just going to go check that and one other thing, and I'll be right back. Good to rock and roll. Let's get back to our some of this. I mean, it's not dark lining, but we are trying to kind of paint in some detail here, or at least a little extra sharpness in this. Hey, there's surface tension. So surface tension, do you actually have temps in the 40s there? Although I think that would just incinerate everybody, right? Everything would just spontaneously combust in Welshlandia if it was actually 40 degrees there. And of course, surface tension, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Like always, some of those fabulous oil painted miniatures. There we go. Oh, let's see, 1 hour, 33 minutes ago, this, well, this had no paint on it whatsoever. So your 40s is high 20s, right? Surface tension in Welshlandia. So surface tension, it was in the 90s here. Oh yeah, and by the way, so for folks I was talking about Davenport, Iowa, I think their rain totals by tomorrow might end up being close to 10 inches in some parts of Davenport. And that's in less than 24 hours. And that is what we were not sure if that was headed here. Well, actually, it was supposed to be. Which is why, well, there was no stream last night, and wasn't even sure if there was. I mean, it was looking very iffy, right? Armored Wolf, it was right on the cusp of a, I don't know about tonight either. So we're playing with house money here for sure. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Now, actually, Sea Dragon, that Wisconsin, it's weird that Wisconsin kind of took a heavier brunt. They weren't really supposed to, initially, it was not supposed to really affect Wisconsin very much, and boy, it sure did head up there. Now, was that your prototypical heat lightning there, Artemichael? The last time I really ever saw that per se, I was actually probably a teenager. The last time I really saw heat lighting per se, heat lightning, not heat lighting. So yeah, surface tension. Rockford, Illinois had 6 inches of rain on Thursday, and again we thought that was headed this way. Well, actually, there were flood warnings supposed to be until Friday 7 a.m. or something like that. Everybody check out that Mastodon link there that Surface Tension just posted. So instead of streaming, I filmed a video last night, which turned out to be a really interesting, positive result there. So I think we've got some. Well, I've already got more and more stuff that's here and coming here to take advantage of what I was working on in the video that I filmed last night. Hey there, Grant Oracle. Thanks, Grant Oracle. Could definitely use some of this here. So on the stream tomorrow, again, I might be doing a longer stream tomorrow. I might try to paint 2 of these. So obviously here we got the flame. These are kind of like the air elementals here. So we're talking about blue skin, white here, even a white bow. So this could be a very different type of a color scheme there. Thanks, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Sea Dragon. And Surface Tension. And Grant Oracle. So yeah, Erda Michael, these were super slow moving. And they were just staying in place for hours and hours and hours. So we're at what, 43% of a level 1, thanks to also Grant Oracle doing the gift sub thing. Appreciate that, Grant Oracle. So Grant Oracle, we are trying to mimic, and we just put this one up. I think this was the last video, right, Landrast? So this was the, again, Sorcerer Kings. You can see here is get same type of base. Now you'll be able to see the other ones a whole lot easier because they're not going to have the glowing flame stuff on the base, right? So yeah, you'll be able to see that, I think, a little bit easier there. And of course, hey, Grand Oracle, you didn't get a chance to see the finish of Panel Line Galactica there. And I do believe I've got 7 more Galactica ships printed out of various sizes and types. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I'll either be starting the stream a little bit earlier and or going a little bit longer. What I might try to do is just have some kind of food ready to go, maybe. Surface tension, we are conjecturing that I was able to actually save lives and property here in the Chicago area by excessive consumption of chocolate-covered raisins and frosted mini wheats. That created a positive airflow here, which pushed away all the harmful stuff. Yes, indeed. So see you in a bit there, Camda. Take care.
So say we all.
Now, thanks, Grand Oracle. Does that get us to our 75% to a level 1 there, Grand Oracle? We're almost there. Yeah, Sea Dragon. I mean, it was literally at the gates. I mean,
So say we
it was
all.
knocking on the gates. Hey, well, we just broke through that gate thanks to Grand Oracle. He says that I'm not being denied that hype train. He says I am not being denied one of these right here. It's coming right at you. Look out, there it is. All aboard the Linseed Express. Is it a hype train or is it a hypno train? Yes, you wish to use the oil paints. You see, he's done all this in 1 hour and 41 minutes. You wish to do that too. Yes, you wish to have the linseed. Now look at this stuff. This is just one of 7 different colors I think I got. I had no idea that colors like this existed. This is the reindeer moss stuff. And actually this company does this is very soft and very wet here. So that is very fresh stuff. And I got more of their
So
stuff
say we
coming.
all.
Was this I just got this on Amazon. I got a ton of this stuff coming. We're going to be doing a massive set of terrain videos on that, right, Sea Dragon? Thank you so much, Sea Dragon. Grand Oracle, didn't you have to do that once or twice? That crazy drive? I swear you had to do that. Yes, because I remember maybe a couple of times you had to do that drive, and it had to be for summer camp. Wasn't it? Wasn't that the case, right, Grand Oracle? So thank you so much, Cedra. Oh, look at that. May not getting themselves a sub. So Sea Dragon, hopefully that protective dome extended to you. That might have been pushing it. It certainly, well, I actually it might have helped out the folks in Milwaukee. Madison, maybe not so much, but I think it might have helped out at least the folks in the Milwaukee area. That's good, Sea Dragon. I mean, again, it's healthy, right? I mean, what could possibly go wrong with mass quantities of chocolate-covered raisins? Boy, Grand Oracle, how many months of recovery was involved with that? That was months. Actually, I remember Grand Oracle that you would be in the other room there, and it would be I think at the time the 13-year-old, right? And they couldn't reveal. Let's see. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I guess that might be causing a little bit of excessive heat there by you. I'm guessing it's not terribly gray there. Surface tension. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good too, Grand Oracle. Thank goodness for small favors, right? Of course, Sea Dragon, if you wanted to post anything in the chat, like always, please feel like you can do that. And again, thanks to everybody for the bitses and the subs. That's appreciated. Come on. A little more of our turquoise there, and also in here. Yeah, we haven't even been working on this 2 hours yet. Not even 2 hours. Now, yeah, surface tension. It was another one of those 90 something degree days here. I just say it ain't 90 degrees anymore. Yeah, well, sorry about that, Grand Oracle. I guess no more atmospheric rivers. That's for sure. I haven't been hearing about one of those in a long, long time. Maybe that's just something that kind of happens in the fall, in the winter. And again, Sea Dragon, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let me see something here. Do we want to do this or do we want to go with the fiery stuff on the bottom of our gemmy stones here? Well, I'll try this for right now. Let's see. That's for sure, Grand Oracle. And again, thanks so much everybody for it. It was at least a level 1 hype train, right? At least I think so. I don't know if it was level 2. I don't think so. Grand Oracle, a couple of interesting film noirs for even on this guy. Here, we'll lean him over here. And we'll do a couple of our film noirs again. Now that we have our shading there, it is interesting how the fire almost looks a bit, in a way, it almost looks a bit hard until you get the color back fully. Then when you get the color back fully, big difference there. Now, this one here, check this out, Grand Oracle. Now this is our, and when you see the video tomorrow, you're going to see not just red versus green. This is a warm red versus a or warm green versus a cool red. But watch what happens when we kill all the color here. I mean, it almost looks like it's flat. Let's bring it back. Look at that difference. Again, a cooler red and a warmer green. And then the little sneaky purples, right? Look at that little sneaky purple in there, little sneaky purple there, little sneaky purple. Some of these places, we got a cooler green, warmer green. Oh, here we go. Look, well, and I bring these up in the video. So we've got it, see, cooler green, but look at that, and even warmer. So we got like a yellowish orange, but a cooler green. So here it's warm green, cool red. Here the warm color is warmer and the cool color is cooler. It's almost like a bluish green, and there's actual blue right there. So two different types of contrasts there. It's like embedded contrast. There you go. We just created a new term, Grand Oracle, embedded contrast, whatever the heck that means. Yeah, we just invented that, Grand Oracle. We should trademark that. We should trademark that for sure. Get me a little bit more on my lighter violet on this. This is almost making me think about the Harad stuff that I was originally going to be painting, till I realized, nope, I gotta do this conquest stuff first. Because this here again is for Gen Con. Not going to be in the contest or anything, but just for the conquest folks who will be there. So yeah, we're getting our purples into here now. There we go. So Grand Oracle, I actually grab all four of the Zygomors and just do a little side-by-side comparison to all of them. I've never really done something like that before on a video, Grand Oracle, and it was kind of fun to do that, I got to admit. It was pretty fun to do something like that. Surface tension. Funny you should mention the contrast paints because I've been using the Green Stuff World dipping inks, and they're sort of like contrast paint, but only on terrain. Because well, we've had a ton of terrain to paint. So Art of Michael, there is whatever. There's some kind of giant, like was it the Grizzly or something like that? One of the American, basically walking robot type things. And I guess they got some giant version of that they're going to be bringing to a Gen Con or something. That's why we call them the self-spilling pots of contrast paint, right? Right, Grand Oracle. Yes, indeed, these self-spilling pots of contrast paint. What could possibly ever go wrong with that? A little more of that lighter violet down here, maybe. Art of Michael, you had a chance to share your stuff in the chat, right? At least I think so. Now, Art of Michael, I forget if you were actually going to get yourself a Surface Pro there. Let me see. Surface tension, that sounds really nifty. At some point, surface tension, I'll have to play around with that myself. I'll have to give that a try, surface tension, at some point. It will be a fun little experiment to do. Except not when I'm filming. The whole shine and all that, so that's probably not going to happen on a filmed video. But maybe something I just fool around with on my own there. Contents under pressure, right, Grand Oracle? Content. That's the. It's almost like they've eaten some chocolate-covered raisins and mini wheats. Which, as we have seen, fiber saves lives. That's the lesson that we take from today. If you want to save life and property, more fiber, as in like extreme amounts of fiber. Now just imagine like entire cities stocking up on their fiber. I mean, you want to talk about changing global weather? You could. That's like changing global weather in a second. You don't have to wait eons for things to change. You can just reverse the flow of entire rivers and everything else. So I'm just trying to get some of this out later. Reflections on some parts of our... Here, a little bit more of the orange, though. Can't be quite that yellowy. Let's try and get a little more of our orange in there. So the Wampleville Comedy Club is always open, right, Grand Oracle? It's also open to Rottweiler, how you doing there, Rottweiler? Well, Rottweiler, hopefully tomorrow doesn't get too crazy for you up there. And of course, everybody, please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. So Rottweiler, if you want to share some stuff in the chat. Now, Rott, did you do another tournament? I don't think you did a tournament this week. Or you're not doing one this weekend, right? Wasn't it last weekend? Yeah, it was last week you did a tournament. So everybody, please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. Let me do this here. Same thing there, Doji. Why don't you share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat? Do that. How you doing there, Doji? Great to see you, of course. Yeah, so best painted and third place. All teams event next week. Okay. Because I know that this is kind of your tournament season right here. So here's hoping all that is going really well for your next tournament there. Is it massive army-wide changes there, Rottweiler, or is it just kind of periphery? As in, like, well, okay, all of these vehicles that I have are now useless, or this unit is now useless. The GW never does that with new releases. That never ever happens, so why am I even thinking about that? They never would do something like that. That never happens. Well, Doji, haven't been able to do any one-to-one terrain stuff here. Not quite a wise prospect to be doing that outside the last few days. And probably not this week coming up either. Yeah, Doji, sorry about that. Doji, oh, bakery run achieved. I wonder if I can actually bring that up here. Let me see if I can find that here. That would be, yeah, here we go. In the files, that's not what I want. There we go. Here it is. Well, it's gonna. So yeah, there is. That's the dump cake there. So there's your butter phase with the nutmeg on there. Ooh, and then you put your cake mix over the top, more butter, and then you end up with that right there. Yeah, look at that fabulous bubbly goodness there. And then it ends up looking like that. And then it ends up looking like that. So bakery run was achieved. Yes, indeed. Bakery run was achieved here. Looks like great minds think alike there for both Doji and Grand Oracle. More beef, more better, right, Rot? You can't go wrong with more beef. Actually, the only thing wrong with more beef is that you don't get even more beef. That's the only thing that can possibly go wrong with more beef, is that you just don't have enough more beef. Where did that go? That should be around here somewheres. Oh, there it is. You know what? I need to go a little bit further backwards with the orange here, I think. Well, they kind of made it a little bit closer there, recoil, but I do think it's all going to fall short. because they've only got maybe 5 minutes left and they need 3 scores. Something tells me that is not going to happen. Now more of an orange here. Mostly well, it's a lot of the pure orange, but there is also some of our Windsor Newton Alkyd orange in there. Yeah, well, there was a goal, but I mean, again, it'll get them closer. So I've got Crows by 11, and again, there's got to be like 4 minutes left in the game, maybe. Looks like O'Donnell just kicked a goal. Again, even if they make it, less than a one-score game, if they can get it to within 3 or something like that, you're not getting the points, but at least I think that does prevent any worse percentage losses there. Hey there, Incanes, how you doing? Well, Grand Oracle, I think I've sent you some of the pictures of some of the stuff. I'll try to get you more pictures tomorrow there, Grand Oracle. Incanes, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. Everybody, please give Incanes a follow. Incanes does also fabulous stuff with the oil paints. Okay, so that is it. Tragic defeat. All right, let's keep going here. More of a orange there. Maybe a bit up there. Everybody, please check out the Instagram links that Incanes just posted. Give Incanes a follow, because Incanes also does the fabulous oil painting. So go check that out. Now, Incanes, where you're going to be able to get a chance to do some streaming here. So I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm going to have to start doing some Canadian Football League here. We'll just go all in on the Rough Riders. We'll be front runners. Yeah, we're well-known, huge Rough Riders fans here. So again, everybody please give Incanes a follow there if you could. Because here on the Wampelville Sports Network, we report the news before it is news. Covering sports from around the world. You know what? Fine, I'm just going to do that then. Also, some of that down here. So again, everybody please check out that Instagram link there that Incanes just shared. So even on our turquoise there, we're getting a little bit of our orange from down here up to there. Now I got to think about this over here. Let me break this down a smidge here. Oh, geez, Valfera is probably asleep, but Valfera, I was able to There was some stuff I was able to get, what, with the Prime Day sales. Actually, some of this material, this basing material or the tree material that I got, actually was also a bit on sale. So yeah, I was able to take advantage of the Prime Days sales or whatever to secure more. I got more. Whatchamacallit, that's actually showing up in about probably 3 to 4 hours. Is another batch of our oh, what is that? Black Mat PLA, because it was still the 42 bucks on Amazon. So I got another batch of that showing up. If the stream goes late enough, I might actually have to check the door to see if it arrived. Because it literally is supposed to arrive in less than 3 hours, potentially. Well, and we're only 2 hours into the stream here, so anything's possible. So yeah, now we're starting to get some of our later stuff there on our base. So again, everybody please check out that link that Surface Tension posted, that Ngane's posted, the Doji, Rottweiler. Check out all the good stuffs there. Give out all the follows. Again, Rottweiler, Ngane's. And by the way, we use the heavy gloss gel, like we call it Elementium, right, Grand Oracle, for a reason. Because these guys, when you see even on theirs, here's their pictures. You can look at that. You can even on their cover art, you can see the gap between the miniature, and they just for whatever reason they didn't even cover that gap with the sand. You can see it on this one too. So you can see that gap right over there. That is why we covered that with our heavy gloss gel, and then primed over it like so. Oh, yeah, Doji, please go ahead and post your stuff there. I thought for sure you had. Sorry about that, Doji. Didn't mean to jip you out on that. Let me throw in a little more here of our very light, flamey color. Some of that down over here too. Yeah, Artemichael, gap filling is nice, especially when it's like one of those big furry monsters or whatever, and there's a gigantic gap in the fur. Also with the Rakashar guy, I needed to fill in a whole bunch of gaps. We've done it with the Balrog. I think Camden also used that same thing with all the gaps on the flames on that Balrog that he had. I don't want it to get too light too quickly with our lighter yellowy stuff there. Let me back off a little bit to something that's got a little more of the orange. And there's knuckles there on the sword. Yeah, Grand Oracle, and that was the metal one that we had, right? That was the metal one. That was pretty brutal. So, well, good luck with the work there, Doji. Good luck. Appreciate you staying here as long as you could, of course. Actually, surface tension. You know what? I gotta give this a try for that. Now that I have this stuff, I need to give this a try.
So say we all.
Yeah, surface tension. Nice to see you there, Paintwater. Everybody, please get Paintwater Smollier a follow. Paintwater, I know you got stuffs that you can share in the chat. Grand Oracle, that's something that if you dropped it on yourself, oof, that would be you might as well just take a lawn dart to the head to be less painful. That would be, holy smokies, that would be significant. So, how you doing there, Paintwater? Now, Paintwater, let's see. Are you still working on the MESBG, or have you switched back to TC there? Paintwater. Oh, did you go in on that Kickstarter? Was it Torquemada? I think it was basically the Conquistador themed uh, Trench Crusade stuff. Because I have almost all that stuff printed out. Okay. Well, okay. Now, did you like those? I printed them out. I have not had a chance to even prep them yet. Actually, believe it or not, Paintwater, I was actually thinking of going not as shiny as possible and not quite so much grimdark on them, because that would actually make them stand out quite literally from all the other Trench Crusade stuff that I've been doing. So I might kind of buck the trend of the grimdark there on those guys just for funsies. Let me get a little more of my fire stuff on there. Oh, gee, that's the other one I got to get too. There, Paintwater, the trench ghosts. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that. And then the other, like the Red Brigades one, I keep forgetting about those. I mean, eventually, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't be able to paint them anyway until after Gen Con. It's not like they're going anywhere, right? They'll be around. They'll still be there. Let me try to lighten. Come on, lighten you up a little bit more down here. And again, what was it? 2 hours ago, 2 hours 13 minutes ago, there was no paint on this at all. As in, at all, none, not a zilch. Come on, more the orange. Thank you. Oh, geez, the Westphalia stuff. Paintwater, there's like a whole list of that stuff that I've got to get. There's a whole list of that. It would be fun to do, streams and vids on those. We'll try to get our hands on them. Appreciate all the folks doing the subs and the bits and the donations and all that, because, well, that's a lot of it goes towards trying to secure more of the STL files, or in the case of all of uh, this foliage stuff, for more tutorials on tree foliage. That's for sure. Actually, now, Paintwater, are we going to be doing any streams this weekend coming up here? Again, everybody, please give Paintwater Smollier a follow. Let me get a little something there. Yeah, okay. Continuing with our orange here. And again, that's gonna, we'll have to also be putting that on our base there too. So I get for the stream, our Saturday stream, which, well, now it is Saturday, of course. We are going to be doing at least one, possibly two of these right here. And now these are actually Jinn. These are apparently Efreets. So hopefully these Efreets are not too affronted by me calling them Jinn. Well, Paintwater, we do cover all sports here. Elite used to be our sumo reporter. So Paintwater, if there's any kind of new dramatic news in the world of sumo, we kind of lost our sumo reporter. I used to actually be able to see sumo highlights when we had that other public TV station. Ironically, it was the same station that we watched Aussie Rules football on. I could actually watch Japanese baseball and sumo on that channel. So yeah, unfortunately, we haven't had a sumo update in a long time. Surface tension, I guess. Do you like your gin with tonic? Now, we preferred gin and ginger ale. Of course, oh, that was right. What was it? Oh, yeah, it was the gin and blackberry. Ginger. That's There you go. So I hope that you have a lot of fun in that Discord hangout there, Paintwater. Come on. There we go. So let's see. So two, is that a Yokozuna? Yeah, Yokozuna. Paintwater. I can't remember the term. That there is kind of a specific. So their hairstyle, their Paintwater. It is unique to every wrestler, right? Now, what is the name of the hair style that they do? Because again, it's unique to every single wrestler, I believe, right? It is considered poor form to mimic any other wrestler's style there. Again, it's been a while, so my sumo fu is a little bit less than it had been years ago. Now let me again get some of the orange over here. We need some of it on the blade there. Yeah, let me see what happens here on this. Sure, let's go there with that. So I thought Paintwater that your top knot there, and I might there could be subtle differences Paintwater, but I think it's almost well in a society where that kind of values, I don't want to say conformity, but not lots of things to stand out. When they retire, there's a ceremony. Yeah, okay. Because I knew that was a big deal. Uh, one of the reasons I kind of learned about that was one of the Blood Bowl teams that I did was basically a samurai orc team, and the trolls. I made them I made them sumo wrestlers, and I sculpted top knots for them, and I made sure that each one had a different top knot. Let me do orange there. A little bit of something there. Gotta retreat to this orange, I think. This is the puro orange, actually. It's the translucent that paints like an opaque. It's the darndest thing, let me tell you. It is the darndest thing. Let me get maybe some of this lighter yellowish orange and a couple of spots over here. Like down there. So again, appreciate everybody being here. Sorry that there was a little bit of chaos with the streaming yesterday. Did not get a chance to do the normal stream. So our Firefly painting stream is probably going to be an after Adepticon meeting thing. Now those bezels, I did prep. I got 8 of them prepped here. They are way smaller than I thought. So these are 25 millimeter, as evidenced by the 25 millimeter impression there, cast on the other side by some GW bases. So yeah, just Sculpey was the easiest thing to fill that in with, and also a very paintable material. I mean, we used Sculpey for these bases, so it's most definitely a paintable material. So yeah, now that's got a little bit more light on it there. Might hit these a bit more too on the edges there. So 2 hours and 22 minutes ago, this and the base, the tray, had no paint on there whatsoever. There was no paint on either of these things. It's all happened in the last couple of hours here. And there's 2 more of these to do. I'm going to paint another one of these on stream most likely, and then I'm also going to do a tutorial video on one. Most likely going to be another one of those 2-parters, like the Zygomores. Again, I haven't, it's been a while since I've been able to catch up on Japanese baseball as well. But for whatever reason, right now, Facebook thinks that all I want to see is CFL highlights. Because that's all that's been popping up on Facebook. And now that I'm talking about it, guess what's going to be popping up on my Facebook feed, I'm sure, all day tomorrow. Wouldn't be surprised if I start getting advertisements for Rough Riders like gear. I'm gonna try and get me a little bit of the again, that's some of the floral orange. Now again, now it's been a couple of hours, which means that I can start to work in a little bit of our floral paints there. One second, let me pick these up. That all decided to fall down. Okay, that is what caused it. One second, there we go. That's funny, paint water, because if I could actually get Aussie Rules on TV down here, Recoil and I, we wanted to do some live Aussie Rules football streams. It would literally be worldwide commentary, wouldn't it, Recoil? I guess you could say I run the far eastern branch of the Western Bulldogs fan club. Let me get a little lighter something something on our golds up here. Maybe even something's got a little bit of green in them too here. Let's see what happens up here now. We got nothing right now up here as far as our... Ooh, that's too much paint piled on there. There we go. Paint. Oh, geez, paint water. You didn't see some of our... gosh, I don't have the figures here, but we added to our Easterling army. Yeah, we added to that. But some of my... I took some of my, like my buildings and such here. And I would say we created this little... So that's one of the figures that I painted on stream there. And that's some of my... Basically my Easterling terrain in the backdrop. And then here, of course, is... the symbol of my Easterling army right there. Geez, Paintwater, I'm sorry. I should have showed you that right away. Forgot all about it. Been having a blast doing that. Going to be working on many more animations for all of my MESBG stuff. So surface tension, we sculpted this on stream and we painted this on stream. It was years ago, but yeah, we sculpted this on stream and then we recognize that. You just saw that in that animation. So yeah, we sculpted it on stream. Oh, that's good. Paint water. Oh, where is he hiding here? I did just post our Gandalf. Is this him here? Here he is. Oh, and he's got his foliage too. So yeah, we painted this on stream on the 4th of July. So that's from the Printing Goes Ever On right there. That was very fun. Oh, gee, that was I thought that was metal paint water. Holy smokies. Paint water, not to make you feel bad, but that was two pieces. The cart and Gandalf was one piece, and the horse was another piece. My entire prep time there, paint water, was, I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 seconds. Actually, surface tension. Not only do we have the lit pipe, but we have two flaming lanterns, even closer to the fireworks. I think somehow he has managed to ignore just about every single safety protocol there is, right? Yeah, paint water. You kind of when things are free. I mean, at least you don't have the you didn't pay for it. Try to lighten you up a little bit there. Maybe that a little bit there. I can only imagine how many pieces that is paint water and none of them fit together. Probably plenty of air bubbles. And we're not even talking fail cast, right, paint water? Yeah, that's regular Forge World fail. Maybe throw in a couple of lights up there. Now up here. Well, let me try this first. Let's try this for okay. Indian yellow. Where's my Van Dyke brown? Roll you guys together. Maybe a touch of our orange. Okay. I have made sienna or ochre. Or do we go gold? No, that's what we're gonna do. We'll change that around. We'll do this instead. Oops. That was the magenta. That wasn't my pearly crimson. All right, we'll try this again. Let's do that again. Also, that is maybe going to be changed. Maybe that too. Maybe some of this as well. Yeah, paint water. What was the Oh, it was the Current Doom stuff, which of course then GW eliminated, along with all the other Dunlending heroes, which they all eliminated. So that was, I think, the last Forge World stuff that I tried to put together. They were kind enough to eliminate those from the game, so we appreciate that. And this I'm going to change from the violet to our Perline Crimson. That's a better plan. That is also going to be Crimson. So yeah, was it last month, Paint Water, that they did that book? Now, all kidding aside, that the reason why I'm not adopting the new stuff is because what was it? I was gonna have to spend just in books alone, something along the lines of $285 just in books. So I said, nope. I already have the books. I'll just do the old stuff. And stuff that makes sense, like the what is it? Where oh yeah, for if you have Smaug on an objective, he counts as more than one. So we'll adopt things like that. Just not doing new books, that's for sure. Since the likelihood of me ever getting to do a tournament again is not just less than zero, it's significantly less than zero. It really doesn't matter. And the primary opponent I will be playing will be me, so me and I both agree. Who would have thought that me and I could both agree so easily on something? We mutually agree that we would play according to the old rules just to save money on the books. Boy, I'm trying to think. Paintwater, the last battle report. Actually, Paintwater, are people still kind of doing the usual battle report stuff, or has that slowed down a little bit? Because obviously, when you watch other things, YouTube just stops showing you those things that you used to be watching. Paint water. I have also heard the same rumors that me is a real straight shooter, but the eye guy, he's something you got to watch out for because he's all about himself. Paint water. So yeah, obviously, if I was doing a tournament scene, well, there would be pretty much no choice but to adopt the new stuff. Unfortunately, that is not an option. That's okay. We got plenty of stuff we can do. Ooh, speaking of which, we got to get some orange back in here now, like so. Paint water. It's kind. I watched one thing that I had never seen before on YouTube, and I swear today there was something like 10 recommendations for that, and nothing else. All the stuff that I normally watch wasn't even on there anymore. It took all it took was one video that I clicked on, and the algorithm's like, abandon everything else. Let's just show him this. So yeah, if you're seeing more Lord of the Rings stuff, that's just that is YouTube going, uh-huh. Well, we know what this guy likes. Which is why I still can't understand the CFL highlights. It's like, why is it showing me Canadian football highlights? It used to show me, heck, it was showing me like Geelong highlights and Melbourne highlights. Not even Bulldogs have, but now all of a sudden it's now all of a sudden it's CFL. Like, where did this come from? Look at this little bit of contrast there. It's not just light versus dark. It's orange versus our bluish violet there. Yeah, that's because we can do that. We can do that kind of mischief here. So Artemichael, you just need a panel line van. Yes. Oh, there you go. Get yourself a panel line van, Artemichael, and paint nothing but Gundam and tanks in your panel line van. Punctuated every so often by panel line Galactica. Oh yeah, paint water. We kind of took a new twist in our Battlefleet Gothic stuff here as we went to Mega Battlefleet Gothic with Battlestar Galactica. We painted that one on Monday, I think. Again, that feels like it was 100 years ago. That was days ago. Actually, what's the other thing that I get? The commercial is for this crazy weed whacker that's like some kind of metal thing that's supposed to work on any weed whacker. Yeah, right, I'm sure. I can just imagine, somebody goes up to their plastic siding with that metal weed whacker thing, and now their siding looks like someone just took a grenade to it. This is a home repair channel. Definitely the one plumbing video where they're removing whatever they dump this stuff in there and it clears out all the drain. There's that one. I did get the later stuff over here. This side too. What do we got going on here? Might have to get some more of our dark actually over there. Might just have to do that. So where are we at here? So now 2 hours and 40 minutes. And remember, we've also been working on our movement tray, which is not really much of a movement tray. Welcome back there, Camda. So great to see you back, Camda. So again, I'm not quite sure how much earlier the stream might begin tomorrow, but I think it might be a longer lasting stream. Again, that's a possibility. Just throwing it out there. And I know we were trying to talk about a couple of solutions for that Art of Michael. Obviously the kind of the fold down table. And the LED lights, the clip on ones. Yes, that you can clip onto stuff, which will also double as photography lights, which also could just be very handy lights around the inside of the vehicle. And those could be charged up with like one of those backup batteries. But heck, they could be plugged into your computer as well. So yeah, Camda, we've been hammered away at this. Ooh, that's too much of a blobola on the end of that brush. We need to remove the blobola there. Okay, I think we did it. So lighten up that green a little bit more, I guess. So yeah, welcome back, Inkun. Camda, I appreciate you being here, of course. We never did get that part of our light. Also, gotta finish off those gemstones up there. Oh, I think we hit our hype train. That's right. And again, thanks to all the folks who made the hype train happen. That's appreciated. So Arda Michael, remember those shoe box things I was talking about that actually have the little ventilation in them, but it's kind of protects them from the dust and everything. And they are stackable. I have some of them around me. Yeah, I have a stack of 4 of them, just about, I don't know, 2.5 feet away from me. Let me know how those work there, Camda. If I hadn't found these other things, those clear cases, I think I might have sent you a picture of those, Camda. If not, just shoot me a reminder, Camda, and I'll get you a picture of those cases with the minis in them. I think, yeah, they actually, sometimes they come like in a package of 30 of those, Camda. Now, the one thing I will say, those little tiny, if they have the little tiny plastic whatevers that you pop out of the things, you're going to be stepping on those for years. If you assemble as many of them as I did, because there will be dozens of those crazy little plastic pop-out things. And again, if you got the same type that I'm talking about, then you'll know what I mean. And I have a whole nother package of those unassembled. I'll have to find those packages. Come on. I get one of the things about the Conquest Fig is that they can have some softer, smushier type details that, especially than a 3D printed miniature, because of course I'm kind of used to that level of detail and sharpness. Well, he isn't going to have it. That I can say. And Michael, you also need space for the vat so that you can boil down all of the organic material, right? You don't want any of that around as evidence. Let me see if I can lighten up this a little bit too. Okay, now that is starting to make a little bit more sense there too. Surface tension, I know somebody makes, well, the ones that I get are from Loctite or something like that. You usually find them at Home Depot, Menards, Lowe's, whatever, or Target. But I know there's the British company that sells those with like magnet sheets or something. Oh, by the way, yeah, surface tension. I did all the rest of the ships, the magnetizing. It took 3.5 magnet sheets. This was like some of the fragments that I had. Well, actually, this is an old one. That's right. It's not one of the new ones. So yeah, that was another one of the things I was doing on the stream that I didn't get to do last night. But yeah, the Loctite, because they're stackable and they're see-through. The only disadvantage is that they're not the tallest thing in the world. So these miniatures can never go in them. These would fit inside the shoebox though, because the shoebox things are tall enough. You could fit these inside. It would be a little bit of a close fit, but you could actually fit these inside. Back to my Burgundy here to do these. Let me get these guys over here. One more on top plus this one here. Where you hiding? Actually, I'm going to hold him this way. And do that. Speaking of reinforcing some edges and some lines, how's about we do that here? Like that. Now I'm going to go red and orange. More of the red. Come on. Like that. Getting rid of the violet. Changing things over here. Well, that just changed quick. That changed mighty quick. Getting our pure orange on here. a little more of our orange there. A bit more of it up there. So everybody check out those the boxes that Camda got, and yeah, Camda, let me yeah, shoot me a picture of those when they show up. I'll try to get you a bunch of different pictures of the different storage things here. All right, where's my blending brush? It is time to activate blending brush. Over here too. Up here. Do that. Blending brush again. Come on, right in there. There we go. Some of our mid-range green back in here. So we're going to have to replicate this color scheme 2 more times on our other guys, and then again for tomorrow we're going to be doing a little different color scheme. So we got these, going to be doing the blue skin on them, also the like the kind of the white air elemental type thing going on there too. More of our darker turquoise. Also now some of that here maybe. Up here. Little bit more of it down there. Just gonna kind of dry brushing some of that in there. Now I can come back with some of my lighter stuff here. Maybe this. Let's break it down a little. So Celia, there's surface tension. See you on the Saturday stream. Also, don't melt their surface tension. Again, take care of that. Beware of the giant death orb in the sky. In that Welshlandic heat there. Come on up here with our light that is not also firelight. Bit more there, and now we'll get to this. Maybe a touch of our mid-tones up there. And then something in here. It can't just be that dark. Ah, yes, the anti-death orb headgear. Gotta have that surface tension. Oh, and your and the anti-death orb eyewear too. You've got. I heard you were telling me you got some of that too. There, surface tension. Fine. I'm gonna grab me some of the white. We'll bring that over here. the violet won't get light enough with using our not radiant violet, we'll just bring the white over there. And that's getting some of our yellow in there as well. Let me do this. Too much paint, big old blob of paint down there. Let's get rid of some of that. Here too. Yeah. Let me just grab a cloth drop here super quick. More light up here. Again, that is also not our orange light. Trixie right up there. Hey there, Sector X. Great to see you there, Sector X. I'm sure it's another very late night of working on stuff. Sorry that I wasn't able to stream last night. Too much with the weather craziness, and while we certainly thought that was going to be the case tonight, but we're granted a reprieve. Same deal up here with this lighter violet stuff right along that line. Now again, on the plus side, I was able to film another video last night, and based on some of the discoveries and some of the stuff that I finished in that video, I then got even more of the special flock and foliage stuff, because we will be doing another video on our trees, because I wanted to do a video on how do you do the foliage on the trees, and I just accidentally made a discovery when I was just looking for reindeer moss, and boy did I discover some really great stuff. And all just on Amazon. That's the thing, Camden. It's like the Paul Rubens of terrain stuff. Very inexpensive, but very effective, and of course it's on Amazon, so you should probably be able to get it everywhere. As based on the Green Stuff is trying to send me something. I got some kind of weird thing about I have to do a customs confirmation of whatever substance in there is not toxic or something. Yet another reason why the UV resin stuff that I got, can you imagine them trying to now send me this kind of stuff? Which with Amazon, it's just like, oh yeah, here's a bunch more. Do you need more of that? Fine, no problem. Let me do, there we go, some of that in here, a little bit more there with the light. So yeah, there was not a whole lot of sleep last night, not a whole lot of sleep the night before. Don't know if there's going to be all that much sleep tonight either. So we're going to try to maybe rework the eye here a little bit. Oh, be better if we had the right brush too. That might, yeah, that'll work a little easier. Yeah, there's still a hashtag no sleep in Wappleville policy here. That is not a loud function. Not here, anyways. Okay, there we go. Now we got some of that we were looking for. What about some of you? And some of our Van Dyke. Let me try this again. Still not quite light enough. I guess we'll have to. Oh, and Naples Yellow. We'll use that. So we got that sitting over here on the palette. Haven't even used it yet. Let's get this over here. So Camda, I gotta remember to get the new linseed pyramid up there as a screen and a chat point reward. Now, granted, there's been a wee bit of distractions the last 48 hours or so, but I'll try to get that up there for this our next stream, I guess. Hopefully, it's a little bit easier than trying to get the what was oh yeah the autocorrect monster graphic up there. The graphic was okay. It was the little stupid icon that goes up on screen. That was very painful. Nope, nope, nope. Let me move this around this way. Finally, there we go. Now, Camda, think of all the storage space for terrain in one of those, Camda. If it's what 400 feet cube at the base, think of all the terrain you could store in there. Well, and you also have secret chambers, right? So it'd be very difficult for people to get in there and steal your miniatures. So again, let a little bit of the Naples yellow work its way into that. Still has some of the Van Dyke Brown mixed in, though. I'm going to make sure I try to get a little, some little color variations here. Actually, I'm going to say that is, I'll go maybe more of a gold with that. As we also welcome in Arid. How you doing? Oh, it's Isidore. Never mind. Sorry, Isidore. Everybody please give Isidore a follow. So Isidore, how the heck are you doing? So my feed is way behind. There we go. That's better. So sorry about that, Isidore. My feed was like a whole day, like 4 days behind there. So everybody please give Isidore a follow. And of course, Isidore, why don't you post? Well, I know you just finished your stream, but I know you got other Insta links and such that you can share on the chat. So again, everybody please give Isidore27 a follow. Sorry about that, Isidore. So Isidore, we're just getting into our conquest stuff here, and we're trying to match. Now this is just the base of the giant Rakashar guy, and here's the bases of these. So these are what, the Efreets or something like that. We will be painting the DJinn very soon. Our week began with this right here, with Panel Line Galactica. That was super fun. That's what we painted up on Monday. And actually, here was that 4th of July stream that we did. That's Gandalf on his cart with the fireworks. And of course, we've been painting a bunch of these Zygomors on stream. So again, everybody please give Isidore27 a follow. And check out that Instagram link also that Isidore just shared. So Isidore, how has it been going the last few weeks painting? Obviously going heavy with the miniatures and stuff. Hopefully you've been having a blast. I'm sure you have. And again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. So that's we painted Paneline Galactica of, I think was it the week before that. So there's Galactica there, and of course then we have Galactica in 3D. I actually have 7 more ships printed out, Isidore, of various types, kind of from the colonies there, I guess if you want to call it that. We'll be painting those up on stream as well. And again, everybody please check out the Insta link there that Isidore just shared. And while you're at it, please again give Isidore27 a follow. Ah, that sounds fantastic, Isidore. It is really amazing, right? What the 3D printing allows you to try. Many more new systems, right? That ordinarily you probably wouldn't get a chance to because, well, even if you had all the money in the world to get all those figures, well, I could probably prep 30 regular printed miniatures in the time it took me to assemble this unit of 3 guys. Probably even more than that. When it comes to the units of conquest stuff, that gets even more time consuming. Try to get my light on that end of the sword. A little something something there too. Where's my Prussian blue? Some sky blue there. More of that lighter sky blue right here maybe. Some darker here. Ah, that's fantastic, Isidore. I'm glad that you had a blast at Origins. And again, everybody please give Isidore27 a follow. Now, I guess, Isidore, are you also doing Gen Con? That's right. Are you doing Gen Con too? Back at it over here with our lighter orangey stuff. Whoops, that has way too much gunk on there. Let's get rid of some of the gunk. We'll lighten up that. That mixed into our yellow, and now we gotta lighten up this here. Come on. Get rid of that on that side. Sorry about that, Isidore. Very understandable. Obviously, I'm not. I'm going there to assist with the Badger booth and with the miniature painting area. So sorry about that, Isidore. Here's hoping maybe. Well, it's not really that big for miniatures, Isidore, so it's not a. Ironically enough, I mean, I always tell folk that Adepticon has way more miniature stuff going on than all of Gen Con combined by orders of magnitude, and that was when Adepticon was way smaller than it is now. Let's see if I can't lighten up some of the. Here we go. Let's. There we go. Yeah, I think it just. We needed to do. Oh, yeah, that's it. That's what we needed there, and that's nowhere near our latest kind of yellowish color by no stretch of the imagination. Oh, also 3 hours ago, this had no paint on it. And remember, we have been painting the base here too. Well, Isidore, Gen Con is that's got a huge price tag to it. And that's if you just walk around on the street every day and don't eat or sleep anywhere. But again, I'm glad that the streaming stuff has been going fantastic, of course. I want, again, here we gotta get back to our darker stuff. We will do that. Here's some of this, some of the Van Dyke brown. Because if we don't have our shadow stuff here, it's not going to look like our source lighting. So we're going to darken up some stuff here. Blending brush now to the rescue here. Camda, the primer, was at the Sculpt Prime and Paint thing. I kind of took that to a new level. And I'm actually going to be trying it on here because there's a couple of things that I see here. I'm just going to fill in some gaps and some mold lines. I'm just going to take some acrylic paint. I'm going to take my modeling paste and I'm just going to, like here, I'm just going to paint, literally paint and sculpt in that gap. So Isidore, I think it's about, I don't know, I don't think it's 100,000 yet, but it's at least 80 to 85,000 people. I get maybe it's bigger than that. I don't know, but it's got to be at least 80,000. That'd be fabulous, Isidore. Well, speaking of gigantic, again, Adepticon now is monstrous. It is absolutely colossal in size. I'm fairly certain when Kathy and I first went there in 2007, there was maybe 500 people. I don't even know if there was that many. Might have even been less than that. It was very, very, very small. Oh yeah, I gotta do the same deal over here. Now I guess I'll hold it this. Yeah, this is about the only way I can approach that. Get that into here. I was hoping that you can make it there, Isidore. here on these gemstones. Great to see you there, Jinxed. Everybody please give Jinxed Art a follow. So Jinxed, how you doing? Happy Saturday and all that. Nice to see you again, Riversticks. And of course, Jinx, you want to share something in the chat? Please go ahead. And Pascal, nice to see you there, Pascal. Why don't you also share your stuff too? So you gotta give Jinxed. Well, first you gotta follow Isidore27. You gotta follow Jinxed, and you gotta follow Pascal. So Pascal, if you want to share your stuff too, please go ahead and do that. Now we are painting up some of the Conquest Parabellum Wargames. This is the Sorcerer Kings. It's one of the newer armies. It's not like the newest now. There's another new army out, but it's pretty close. We started on this 3 hours 16 minutes ago. Everybody check out that Instagram link there. We also have his little base. Now here again, this is the base for the Rakashars, so we're trying to again match the same set of sort of flamey stuff going on there. We were just showing some of the things that we were painting this week, like Monday. We painted, as we call this, Panel Line Galactica right here. So that was super fun. That's also 3D printed. 4th of July, we did Gandalf here on his cart with, oh, look at that, some fireworks there. And of course, we have been painting a bunch of these on stream. The crazy, we call them the truffle lights right here. Thank you so much, Lethal Shadows. Appreciate that. Everybody check out Lethal Shadows Gaming for all kinds of fabulous products there. Not the least of which would be, well, I don't know, something like, say, these right here. Again, Lethal Shadows Gaming. Check that out. Go with Lethal Shadows. Why don't you share some of your links in the chat there? And again, great to see you there, Jinxed. Oh, Lethal Shadows. Holy smokes. Same thing there, Armored Wolf. Jeez, I'm completely spacing here. So, Armored Wolf, can you share your booth number in the chat? Also, Lethal Shadows, share your booth number in the chat. Yes, I'm clearly out of practice here. Because, yeah, Gen Con is getting close, right, Lethal Shadows? So, yeah, share your booth number in the chat. And same thing there, Armored Wolf, share your booth number in the chat. Holy smoke. Sorry about that, guys. Completely spaced on that. Which is hilarious since these are being painted literally for Gen Con. That just shows you where the brain ain't. So again, anybody that's gonna have a booth at Gen Con, whether it's maybe an artist alley or something like that, please again share where your booth is going to be at Gen Con. Man, oh man, I completely spaced on that, so sorry about that, Armored Wolf. Actually, I'm just trying to survive the Adepticon meeting first. Yeah, there's that too. Is it? Actually, where the heck did it go? Now, so Lethal Shadows, I will have one of the busts. I'm painting that in a tutorial video there. Lethal Shadows. So I'll have that for you at Gen Con. Celia there, Rot. Hey, Rottweiler, why don't you share your stuff in chat one more time before you hit the sack there? And of course, stay safe tomorrow. Hopefully things don't get too crazy up north there. So for all things printing, there is Lethal Shadows Gaming. As in, if you don't have a 3D printer, and we're talking about all this 3D printing stuff here, well, then just look up Lethal Shadows Gaming, because you must have 100,000 files now, right? Lethal Shadows. Plus, you also have your own miniature line. So yeah, Lethal Shadows has tens of thousands of STO files to choose from. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Rottweiler1616 just shared. Also give Rottweiler1616 a follow. Also give Isidore27, Jinxed. Give those follows. And of course, Pascal. Now, Pascal, you're going to be streaming it all this weekend because you're not still on vacation, right, Pascal? Or are you? Again, Armored Wolf and I, we are not familiar with this concept, so you'll have to give me some guidance on that. Also, what's that other human cultural fun? Oh, yeah, sleep. That's right. That's the other thing you humans do. Oh, that's if you want to preview that at all there. Lethal Shadows, please go ahead. Yes, again, this we try to understand all things that humans do, and then there's this sleep thing that you do. Again, let's get this straight. Where for somewhere between 6 to 8 hours a day, you don't do anything except get really bad hair, really bad breath, and you also need this substance called coffee to wake up once you have done this very unproductive marathon all-night event. It seems borderline barbaric. Not really sure what the purpose of that is. Well, we get a little bit more light on the bottom of these things. Again, all you can do is analyze human customs from afar. Thanks, Lethal Shadows. So Lethal Shadows, I'm trying to use ChatGPT to colorize that one bust. It's kind of the one where obviously it's got that lantern, right, and it's kind of the sickly, dead flesh type stuff there. I'm gonna see if I can't maybe generate a little reference material for that for the tutorial. And we will be doing this, well, 2 more times for these guys, because there's 2 more of these to do. Let's get a little bit more of our light there. Down here. Camda, I guess the only question is if you are a Centauri, how tall does your hair get to be? Right? Because that's your status, right, Camda, is how tall your little hair poof is there. Everybody should please also give Real Brush Guy a follow. How you doing there, Real Brush Guy? Real Brush Guy, you want to share some stuffs in the chat too? Please go ahead and do that. So yeah, Lethal Shadows, I didn't get to stream last night because of crazy weather stuff. We thought it was going to be even worse today. The combination of the chocolate-covered raisins and frosted mini wheats created a protective shield around the Chicago area, which meant that we could actually do our stream today. Lethal Shadows, I'll have to show you some of the fabulous new foliage and basing materials that I got. So again, great to see you there, Brush Guy. Ooh. Let me change. We'll just use you. Alrighty. Get some of this here sky blue, some of this. I'm gonna have to put me some more fast matte white out here too. But first, we do this. I knew something was missing there. I'm like, where's something missing here? What is it? Also, I'll catch you tomorrow there, Lethal Shadows. Again, I'll shoot you some messages, pictures of the stuffs. Everybody, again, please check out. Did you still do the streaming stuff between shows, right, Lethal Shadows? If you want to, do the shout out thing on that. Everybody again, please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow. You know what? Let me try this. If it don't work, we'll just get rid of it. But I'm going to try this here. Lightning brush. So, I'll be seeing you in a matter of weeks there, Lethal Shadows. So take care, Lethal Shadows. You know what? I'm just going to get that out here super quick. Again, just this right here. So everybody give a follow at lethalshadows.com. Whoops, more cleaning. Alright, now we shall try this over here. So Jinx, hopefully you had yourself a fabulous stream, and see you later there, Inganes. And Inganes, if you want to share your stuff one more time before you go off to have your breakfast there, everybody again, please check out the fabulous oil painted miniatures by Inganes. Also, again, give Inganes, Pascal a follow, give Jinx a follow. And, well, of course, a real brush guy as well. Everybody check out that Instagram link. And then, please, again, go give Inganes a follow if you could. Let me see what. So 3.5 hours ago, there was no paint on here at all, none whatsoever. It was a paint-free object. I wonders. I think I can do it now. First, get the brush, paint on the brush. There, we're going to take this. We shall now see what happens with our. And again, this is the Paul Rubens floral orange here. Blammo. Here we go. That's going to toast things up even more. You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Let me see if I can find some more of this here. Get you on there. And we wind up again with this now. And then we swing away. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm looking for. Yep, that's it. Wouldn't be able to do this with the Marion streak because this would not be set enough to be able to do this. So this again is the Paul Rubens opera colors, right? Camden. Now they were on sale the Prime Day sale. The our secret weapon Paul Rubens Alkids. Those were on sale on Amazon. And it wasn't just the opera colors, it was the main set of 38, and then the 12 florals, which they call opera colors for some weird reason. Don't know why, but that's what they call them. Oh, and again, Camda, this was done with the heavy gloss gel, right, to fill out the flames there. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the merch. Oh yeah, that's right. We have to get this up on our merch store now. Contrast is, of course, more than just light versus dark. So Pascal, now did you? I know that people are using. What is it? No, no, that's for music. Suno. It's knock knock. They're using that for animating miniatures. Yeah, Cam. I still have that. It's still in the box. I mean, it's still in the box, and the box is like taped up and wrapped, so it has not been touched. That whole other set of the Paul Rubens Alkids. So Armored Wolf, that's what I'll be bringing down to the Adepticon meeting is all the Alkid stuff. So maybe that way you guys have a chance. Again, that stuff wouldn't be dry, but at least you'd have some chance of getting it back. See you later there, Jinx. Appreciate the raid there, Jinx. Thank you so much. If everybody could please give Jinx a follow. Jinx start all the skellies. All the skellies from Jinx. And again, also give Rio Brush Guy a follow. Pascal Rouge a follow. So yeah, this down here is all the stuff that I added with the gel. It's the same stuff I use for water, same stuff I use for ice. It is, we call it Elementium, because it does all the elements. Does every single one. Nah, 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 none up there. None up there. I don't think so. Try and smooth you out a little bit back there. Touch more of it up here. Again, this is our floral orange, just doing a little bit of dry brushy stuff. However, it is mixing with all the stuff that's on there. Why? Because the stuff that's on there is wet. It's the wettest dry brush ever, as we like to say. I might still try to dig in a little bit more on my lighter light in the fire portions here. Also, gotta make sure that what's on the base here also makes sense. And then that will be continued out onto this right here. Now I'm thinking here we gotta maybe change this around to something that's more of our greenish tone here. Let me do that. Let's do that here. Okay, we got that there. Little more of our green extends out that way, and maybe here too. Again, that literally is a turquoise mixing with orange, wet into wet right there. Hashtag no layers. More of it here. Now, let's do some of that up here and do a little cleanup maybe on this. Then we got to figure out what are we doing with that. Is that going to be a kind of a gold and then maybe the gemstones on it? Trying to clean this up here. Come on. So this way. And then not too much more with the lighter green there. Gonna have to do some more of that on those gemstones. Oh, what's going on with this? Does that get lighter on that side? It just might. Let me try this on the top first, though. Let's do this. That is our not radiant green. Maybe even more thinner. See what happens. Sure enough. Yep. What about over here now? Back to our mid-range green. That one a little wonky. Touch of it over there. Now this orangey stuff. You know what? I'm gonna take away a little bit more of this too, maybe. Again, the turquoise is mixing with that orange. We've done it before, actually on our Spacescape stuff. We did it here. And enough of that. Okay, now it's maybe get all this green out of here. And let's do some stuff with our orange. Yeah, we got this pure orange, which hilarious. That pure orange by itself probably costs more than all of the Paul Rubens paints and the Winsor Newton Alkids combined. That's just one color, Series 7, might be more expensive than all the other colors on the palette combined. That is kind of how oil paints work in a way. I mean, even regular artists, even sometimes like the acrylics will be that way too. If it's a cadmium or a cobalt, watercolors work that way for sure. I had a teensy tiny little tube of watercolors. I mean, we're talking smaller than that was 27 something bucks. And that was a long time ago. It probably costs way more than that now. It might cost twice that much now for a tube of the same size. I believe that was cobalt violet. Could be wrong, but I think that's what it was. Darker. Could well, that's right, the phthalo turquoise. But we're again, we're working with the alkyds here because now we need this to be dry pretty darn fast. It's got to be dry by Jin Khan. So that's why we're doing hopefully 2 of the Jin on the stream Saturday and then doing a tutorial probably during the week. So those 3 will be done. And then we'll probably paint up one more. Who knows? Might even have to do that on Monday. So the stream schedule will be. Oh, that's right. I'm not going to be here next weekend to be doing the streams. I should probably mention that. That's right. So the Friday, Saturday stream won't be able to do those next week because I will not be here. It'd be kind of difficult to do that. We can pull off a lot of things. That is not one of the things we can pull off. Yeah, there we go. Now we're starting to get something on this band over here that is not just our firelight. Same over on that other one there. A little bit on the skin tone here. Little something lighter there. Just let that mix in with what's already on there. That is what we're doing. Trying to find a little bit more light up there. Here too again, letting that mix. Well, letting that just mix as it does. So again, 3 hours, 42 minutes ago, we just began work on this. I am going to mix our Indian yellow, some of our magenta together. I'm trying to make kind of an orangey color that's more of an amber, not quite our fire color here. To tint that, that was all just essentially a light greenish white, didn't have any real, no real color theme to it. Now it's got some here. We're just going to put some of our Indian yellow in there too. Just like that. Again, we can tint things with the Indian yellow. Oh, we gotta get some more of our light up here. Now let's do the other way first. Dark first. Let's do some darker stuff here first. First there. Okay, we got that line. We'll break these guys up, and then we'll go lighter after that. There we are. Also here. That same here. Let me take some of this. Put that over here. Some of that up here. Now let's maybe attack this with our, not Hansa yellow, but the Naples yellow. Right here. Lighten you up too. That should probably get a little bit of light there. That'll just mix with what's already there. We gotta get our little lights on the tops of our gemstones here as well. In addition to a few other things. Not enough. Hopefully not too much. And I'm going to take some of that paint off of there by doing that. There. Come on, that's better. More of this now. Here. Get that. This too. No, with like this. I guess I need to go a little lighter. Yeah, let's try that. A little more thinner maybe too. Ah, I think we got it now. Now that was just too universally dark up there. We want this transition here between the light to that, or the firelight to that. But yeah, it was a little too dark there. Now here, kind of using that sort of stippling type of action there. Sometimes you got to do that. You can't just use a standard kind of a brush stroke. No matter how soft it is, even if you're not crushing the brush, sometimes you got to go even softer with that brush stroke. Here's another instance of some of our not light fire-like color getting on some of the skin there. It's been a fairly simple skin tone, just kind of the Van Dyke brown and some of our off-white, and that's about it. Not terribly fancy. Kihasu, it all depends really on the colors that you're using and the paints themselves. Now, we're using the alkyds here, so that's a big difference. That is going to be a huge plus for us in the drying type phase. Also, the colors that you're using. So here's a little example for you. Okay, now let me see if I can reach it here. It's not exactly out front. So this one, this is one of the zygos that we painted on stream, and we did traditional pre-glaze, and we did a bunch of cadmiums and cobalts and everything else, and this took weeks to, and it's still not totally dry, Kihasu. So that's another factor. Now, if this were the alkyds, it would have taken way less time. Because there's really not necessarily the cobalts and cadmiums in the alkyd range also. So that had something to do with it right there, just the colors themselves, not even the type of paint that I used. And also, too, it depends how much paint you're putting on there, too. Obviously, here we did lots of dry brush type stuff. We did lots of very thin paint. Well, as the Book of Wappo might state here, and let's take a little look at the Great Book there. The Book of Wappo does say, but the oils, less is more, and more, way too much. And of course, you don't layer the oils layer themselves, as in you put one color down, you put another color down, you grab your little blending brush, and you blend those guys together. So that's another way that you can avoid end up with just way too much paint on there. Again, there's a few ways. There's a few options out there. Landdress, there's another thing that I'm starting to wonder, and I think it is possible that your water washable oils do dry. I think that they might actually dry faster at different times of year. Because I think in the winter, actually, out to try them in the winter. Because right now, with all of the dehumidifiers, there's parts of the house where it's only like 37% humidity. And the wintertime, that can drop down to like 15%. So that might be a case where in the wintertime, the water washable oils might almost be like alkyds. The reason why that's important is because with the water washable oils, cobalt blue is cobalt blue. Cadmium red is cadmium red. It's not faux cadmiums like they would be with the alkyds. So that is going to have to be some kind of experiment I'll have to run in the winter time and see what happens. See, so Kihasu again. There's I hate to throw out all the caveats, right? But there are a bunch of different caveats there. Here's another. We'll show you this in a sec here. I just need one more shot. There we go. So we got a tale of two fluorescents. These are both fluorescent orange. They're both oils. This one might take 4 times as long to dry as that. They're essentially the same color, but this is going to take significantly longer to dry than that alkyd, and that's just because one is an alkyd and the other one is not. I kind of wish, Kihasu, that there was more emphasis on the alkyds for beginners, because I think they are, wouldn't you say, Camden, they are more forgiving for folks that just never tried the oils before? For a few different reasons. I think about 3 or 4 reasons. They tend to maybe be a little bit better for folks, again, new to the oils to try out. Also, too, they're cheaper. You can't beat the price of them. And I'm not just talking the Paul Rubens. I'm talking about the Winsor Newton ones too, because those are definitely less expensive than their regular counterparts. No doubt about it. All right, let me get. Oh yeah, well that still has our orangey stuff on there anyhow. So let's do this again. Down here. Essentially, again, a little bit of dry brushy stuff there. So yeah, Kihasu, again, that when folks are newer to the oil paints, one of the things they tend to do is just because they're used to acrylics is they kind of pile the oils on there like a steam shovel. And there's about 75 to 800,000 times more paint than there needs to be on the figure. And again, that's just something that happens to folks that are new to the oil paints. Once you start to get that less and less paint on the figure there, you'll notice a big difference. Because the oils, they go on the figure so easy as compared to the acrylics. Having just painted, I think 3 of the last 4 videos were done with acrylics because I was doing terrain stuff and some other experiments. There's a difference. So Kihasu, the nice thing is the Paul Rubens alkyds, you can just get those on Amazon. That's the nice thing. Dick Blick, that's typically where I get all my stuff, but especially things like now here again, there's the other primary alkyd would be the Winsor Newton Griffin alkyds. We use regular Winsor Newton paint all the time. I got, here, yeah, there's your regular Winsor Newton oil paint. So yeah, Kihasu, you probably won't find the Paul Rubens there, but the Winsor Newton alkyds, there's a chance, better than nothing chance, you'll find those there. Again, I can't get to art stores, so don't have a choice. It is that or nothing. It's Dick Blick or nothing. Now, of course, Dick Blick is actually from Illinois. Uh, hopefully, they're still. Hopefully, Galesburg is still around after today, because that's where they're headquartered. Anything in northwestern Illinois is doubtful that maybe it's still there, at least in the same position it started out the day. Because that got a little bit rough there, and again, for the folks in Davenport there, hopefully things kind of, hopefully things worked out okay. That was a difficult day for the folks in Davenport. I need to get a little. There we are. So that would be the nearly 8 inches of rain in less than, well, maybe more like 18 hours. Probably even less than that, probably more like 16 hours. Actually, in some places, probably closer to 10 inches of rain. That and the tornado that missed Davenport by less than half a mile. Minor details. More of our lighter orange there. Again, that's got some of the fluoro in there. Let me get some of this over here. Also, well, I guess the folks in Rockford, folks in Wisconsin. I do believe that Savannah also had about 10 inches of rain yesterday or the day before. Unfortunately, Kihasu in the U.S., we refer to this as July. It is these are classic weather setups because the jet stream is, well, it's definitely zonal and it's way up in Canada because again that's July, so it sets up. Whereas in the spring you get very fierce weather events, but they're usually brief because they move fast because the jet stream is usually right there where the event is. Unfortunately, here, Jetstream is way up in Canada. So, like the event in Davenport, or even down south, whereas that would normally move through faster, it just kind of sits there and rotates. Usually in the spring and the fall, that's where you get the meridional jet stream that's going wild. It's just gyrating up and north, and you get those negatively tilted troughs. And that's what'll really power up your tornadoes. Well, Kihasu, that is why there are basements, and that's, well, I mean, here everything's made out of brick no matter what because ever since that little redecorating event in 1871. Here, let's do a little bit more of our darker Van Dyke brown there. Maybe a little more over here too. Of course, you chuck in some earthquakes and hurricanes, wildfires. More of our Van Dyke Brown in there. Yeah, I mean that it is facing away from where the firelight is, so I think going the darker route there is probably the better play. And keep in mind, all of this stuff on here is very much wet. Why? Because, well, 4 hours ago, we only just started on this. Again, also, we've been doing the, I guess you wouldn't call it the base, but the movement tray, really. You know what? I'm going to do this. Let me see if this will work. Where's my violet? There's me, violet. Not a true pin line wash here, for sure. But I'm going to go with something darker inside of those things. Do that on this side, too. Maybe even on the underside there. Yeah, that sort of works, I guess. Sort of works. More of our dark along that line. What are we doing down over here? Trying to build up a little dark under that. Oh, yeah, here. Nope, nope, nope. The violet. The violet. I want to try and separate some of these here. There we go. Now, since I still have my that white that I added to the palette here, see if we can get our lightest highlights on these little guys. So the stream tomorrow, we're going to be painting something very different. Well, Saturday, tomorrow, which is already today, we're going to be painting these. Now these will have basically kind of a bluish turquoise skin tone. There's going to be a lot of white and gray over here. You'll actually get a chance to see the base because they're not going to be the orange that's overpowering it. So take a little look-see at this here. So right now, obviously, you're seeing a lot of this. What you're going to see on those other ones is this. So that's the actual color of the bases here. Again, these are heavily impacted by all the glowy stuff. With our other ones that we'll do on our Saturday stream, they will not be affected like that. Hey Zelmore, how you doing? Happy Saturday, Zelmore. I hope that all is well there. Now, Zel, is it also really toasty there for you? Because I know it's a little bit. Again, it's been super toasty here. Oh, that thanks. And actually, Zelmar, if you got these painted up and you got them on Instas or Discord or something like that, and you would like to share those in the chat, please feel like you can do that. Actually, Kiyasu, if you want to share any of your oil painted stuff there, you know, you got again Discord, Instas, whatever's. Please go ahead, and then people can get a chance to see more fabulous oil painted stuff. So 20, it's about 78-ish, maybe that's like 74-ish degrees there. Now, Zelmar, well, we've been having more like 30 degrees Celsius. Actually, maybe 31, 32 degrees Celsius. But definitely high on the humidity train. There we go. Okay, now we got a little more light on his face there.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Selena. Appreciate that. Okay, so what is it with what is with all these guys? I like all like semi-Balrog. He's like, what are you talking about? He's like, dude, that big cat thing. Oh yeah, you're talking about Rocky, right? Yeah, he's like got flame coming out of his back. He's like a Balrog, I swear. Uh, we're not really familiar with a Balrog. I think he's got the wrong universe. Let's see what happens for Selena on our big Gandalf 6 here. Oh, well, that's the first one we've had in days. That is the first Gandalf 6 all week long, and that is for Selena. Thank you so much, Selena. Appreciate that. Zelmore, now are Zelmore, are they a 3D printed Amazon team or like one of the old classic metal GW Amazon teams or something like that? So I don't have a Discord there. Kiyasu, don't have a Discord. So if you got Instagram or something, or your own Discord or something like that, I think that will work, right? But yeah, don't have a Discord. Okay, now we're starting to pick up some of our shinies over here. Yeah, Q, that's kind of why I don't do the Discord thing because between Insta, the YouTube channel, the Patreon page, and Facebook and all that, again, if we were ever granted those Tuesdays, right, Camda? If we were ever granted our Tuesdays, we would have the time to be able to explore the world of Discord. Zelmore, I think I might have the Grebo Roman dwarves. I think didn't they do a Roman dwarf team somewhere? I think I have that. That might actually be the only Grebo team. No, I did actually paint up a Grebo team. I don't remember which one it was. It might have been the Goblins, but it was definitely a Grebo team. I stand. They're metal. They weigh a ton, Zelmore. They weigh a ton. But yeah, Roman themed dwarf blood bowl. I'm pretty sure they were Grebo. There was a death roller. I don't remember what the heck it was. Come on, give me a little bit lighter stuff there. And well, now let's lighten this up a smidgeola here. Got some of the white in there, some of our green. A little lighter up there too. For all intents and purposes, it's closer to our light source than everything else, so why would it not be lighter there? Come on, there we are. More of that light. I got to take a different angle. Zelmar, it was so many years ago. I just can't remember. And I still have those things. They're still around here somewhere. They've probably been moved out to the garage, I would think. Speaking of later here. Come on. touch of light right up there. Let's see. Oh, geez, the old-fashioned Norse Blood Bowl team there, Recoil. I did paint, I think one of them as a. It was one of the very first commissions we did Recoil way, way back in the day. Yeah, that was the old. Actually, Rico, they would definitely have to be on winter bases. I think they would probably have to. Oh, where's my? Here we go. They'd have to go on bases like that. That's the kind of bases. I mean, I wish I knew how to do some basic kind of sculpting and the whatchamacallit there so that I could do those digitally, but I also could just make those the old-fashioned way and cast them. We used to do that. I think there was some 40K bases that I made push molds for. I could do those as push molds. I actually did do an army painting series with that type of base, so there is an army painting series that shows how those bases were sculpted. But yeah, now recoil, that could make for an interesting video. I think all of my casting stuff has long since died. I would probably have to get more of it. I know there is I know Green Stuff World said was it cool mini or not used to sell it. Basically, it's stuff that you do with hot water and then you press it around whatever it is you're hoping to cast. Let me do this here. Come on. A little bit of light right along the edge there. Yeah, it was. Now the stuff that I did for the 40K bit, it was your classic, two-part thing. And I know I've got that stuff around somewhere. So iron golems, that's where they came from, Zelmore. Now, let me see. This is going to be tricky. I think now I can do it if I orientate it this way. Trying to get me little lighter dots on these things. There. That's too much. Come on, it's also too much. So what I would do, Kiasu, is I would make these push molds, and then I would take what I would do is I would stick the molds in the freezer, which would do two different things. First, I would make them nice and solid, nice and stiff, but it would also give them a little bit of condensation on them. And then I would press the Sculpey in there, stick it back in the freezer. Now the Sculpey is really pretty hard too. And then when you pop the Sculpey, now it actually does pop out of there and it doesn't get all messed up. So in the swords, actually Asphaltum is not out on the palette. We got any kind of amber that you're going to see is probably going to be a mix of the Van Dyke brown with our violet, and then a little bit of Indian yellow. That's a little bit of Indian yellow in there. That would be our amber type colors. Camda, if you have any of that stuff and you want to give that a try, let me know how that works. But yeah, that was it was because I tried to get the Sculpey out of there, right, Camden? And of course, the Sculpey is all hot, right? It's all warm and smushy because of your not just the heat from your hands, but the friction of being worked. You stick that stuff in the freezer, all of a sudden that Sculpey is like a brick. But the mold is still pretty flexible. So the freezer makes the mold hard enough to be able to press the Sculpey in there without deforming it too much. And then you do your freezer trick again. We also have some of the Prussian blue and a little bit of our Paul Rubens. Actually, there's a little bit of violet on here. A little bit of violet on there. So it's basically, again, cool mini or not was selling it. I think Green Stuff World probably has it too. And it's stuff that you basically just you heat it up with hot water. Now it'll get toasty on your hands, let me tell you. And it you don't have much time to work with it, right, Kihasu? You got a matter of seconds before that starts getting to be unworkable again. I mean, the nice thing is it's reusable. You do your mold, you heat it back up again, you make another mold, and you just keep doing it over and over again. I don't know if there's a point where it kind of just maybe degrades over time. I haven't used that stuff that many times, so. Now, of course, that could be another little cheat option, right, Kihasu? Huh. Is you take a hair dryer, so you've got your object already inside of it, and then you take the hair dryer and you heat it up some more while the object is inside. I don't know if that would work. I mean, you try it. If it doesn't work, it's no big deal. You didn't lose anything. But I'm tempted to give that a try. What I want to give a try here is some lighter green on that side. And then on that side, and we're going to get a blending brush. Nope, that's got our violet in there. So we'll get that out of there, and we'll turn it into a fabulous blending brush here. Any brush can be a blending brush. Here we go. We'll do it on this side. Okay, Hasu, you can always get another. I mean, well, I think I've gotten 2 or 3 of them on Amazon because I either lose them or I need them in another area. So it's like, fine, I'd rather just have an hair dryer in this room, but by this work table, and this work table, I just have another hair dryer. They don't get used for drying hair ever. The only times we ever used hair dryers on hair was when I was trying to set the hair color for Kathy, because I was the family hairstylist, and I was always convinced I was going to melt like her head or something like that, because you'd have to like half an hour with that hair dryer set to maximum. And I was convinced that I was going to either set something on fire or just melt her head. One of those two things was going to happen. Which brush do we got? We got this one. Okay. This. So should the painting thing ever not work out, I'll just become a hairstylist. Also a chef. Also an Aussie Rules football coach. There are many professions. Now again, trying to get some of this green in here. Down here. Camden, as we say in Wampleville, Sculpey is life. Because Sculpey has been, I mean, even before I ever did miniatures, I was using Sculpey all the time. I mean, some of these things are just entirely Sculpey here. Where is... That's not... Oh, nope, nope. That was entirely made from Sculpey. Krorak and the temple, all made of Sculpey. Oh, wait a minute. Did I already pass? Oh, here we go. This is all entirely Sculpey. The carriage, Grand, and the two dinos hauling that is all made out of Sculpey clay. Right there. Man, that is... and that's 28 millimeter scale. Yeah, that's 28 millimeter scale Grand right there. Camden, and it wouldn't be some little thing like Veer has, right? It'd be full on. I mean, I think I've even seen hair that was kind of taller than Londo's. Let me do this again. Also here. A little more light on this side. Blending brush again. Maybe do the same over here. Blending brush. Camden, I remember when I was a kid and I got the first fan brush. Of course, it was not a fan brush like theirs. And needless to say, I didn't get the same results that they did. I was not a happy camper. Now, again, I was, 12, 13 years old or something like that. So I wasn't necessarily going to be able to translate what I was seeing on TV at that age. That's probably why I still don't use fan brushes to this day, Camda, right? I don't even know if there's any in the house. I am kind of wondering there, Camda, could they make like the ultimate dry brush for terrain? Now that would be hilarious, Camda, wouldn't it? An experiment using again fan brushes for dry brushing terrain for certain types of terrain to see if that actually works easier. So Kihasu, the person that I saw as a kid, it was Bill Alexander because Bob Ross used to do Bill Alexander workshop things or whatever you want to call them. Bill Alexander was all about attack the canvas and boom and bam and all this other kind. And Bob Ross was it's like they didn't not like each other. It's just Bob Ross. He wanted a little more of a less of a blitzkrieg approach on the painting and a little bit a little bit more gentle approach. So he kind of went off and did his own thing. We'll steal a little bit of you, put you in here, because that should be different than the green and such there. Might actually try to darken that down a little more, maybe. So yeah, yes, it's very kind of similar to the Bob Rossian type stuff, but just way more aggressive on the surface of the painting there. So yeah, Camden, I was wondering on like maybe like a really large terrain, like terrain pieces. Actually, Camden, the thing that just popped into my head is applying the glue to do all my tree stuff. That now you got me thinking. I wish I had actually a fan brush here that I could use for my glue to apply that to the to all the tree moss to be able to add all of the flocking foliage on there. That could be interesting. Yeah, Camden, Bob Ross, he might have the happy little palette knife or something like that, and Bill Alexander had the Land Cruiser or the Stuka. I mean, he would attack that canvas. I think he'd be much more happy with an 88 or something like that than a delicate little fan brush. And of course, his story, very interesting, because he was in the Africa Corps and he was brought back to the U.S. I think it was in Texas or something like that. And he did paintings of the commandant's family and got kind of, well, special privileges that way. That was how he learned to speak, well, his form of English. At least I think that is the story of Bill Alexander and how that kind of all came to be. So was that probably late 43 then? And again, I think it was somewhere out west. I think that's where he was. Now we're going to get more of our dark around whatever that is. Not sure if it's a gemstone, whatever. It's mostly object sourcelet anyhow. So darken you down just a little bit there. Okay, so now in here, okay, let me get rid of this here brush. Let me grab maybe this here brush. I mean, make sure we get all the stuffs out of there. No more violet, whatever. Okay, so we do have our floral yellow here. We got some of our white. I think it's not necessarily a pinline wash. But let me try this in a couple of zones here. Oh yeah, okay. A few little places where things have kind of gotten either a little darker or maybe some of our little dry brush stuff has maybe wiped things away. Not enough thinner to create a pin line wash, but enough thinner to have this paint flow. And remember, you can thin the oils, but you can't dilute those. I mean, this is very much as light as it is on the palette. It's not going to be kind of like a dingy, weird whatever, as if it were acrylics. That is not going to happen. Like here, boom. You can see how light that is. Same over there. See how light that is. Thank you so much, Zelmore. Again, everybody please give Zelmore Paints a follow. So Zelmore, again, if you want to share some stuff again in the chat, also you want to do a little shout out there for yourself. Again, everybody please give Zelmore Paints a follow if you could. That'd be fabulous. Thanks, Zelmore. Appreciate that. And again, later today, we'll be right back at it again. We'll be painting more Conquest stuff. It won't be these guys. It will be the DJinn. Again, these I call these guys the DJinn. That's actually these guys are the what are they again? Oh yeah, they are the uh, Efreets. At least I think that's how you pronounce that. Efreets. And with the Conquest Monstrous Infantry, you can build these guys either as the guys kind of tossing around fire, or you can do them as swords. The DJinn, you can have them either with halberds, or you can have them with bows. I did the ones with bows because that was going to be a whole lot easier on stream, because those halberds are so gigantic, they would just kind of get in the way. Okay, so I hope that you're able to find those. Again, they're alkyd oils. Now maybe you find, oh gosh, not Old Holland. Oh, what's the brand I'm thinking about? Actually, it's a Japanese brand. Oh, Holbein. That's it. Because I know that they also have a line of alkyds, but those are going to be pricey. Those are going to be pricey. So have yourself a good day there, Kihasu. And again, thanks for being here. That's another thing that got a little bit chewed up there. I get rid of some of the extra goop on that brush there. Okay, now I think we got that a little better. Something lighter down there. Oh yeah, here too. Also down there. And let's get back to some of these things here, like that. Now that there is no way that would actually stick that, well, that would maybe removes the paint that's already there, but again, now it's been 4.5 hours. And of course, this is our alkyd paint, so this is going to set a whole lot quicker. Again, if this were the Marion Street oils, I wouldn't really be able to, maybe might be able to do what I'm doing now, but it would be, I'd have to be really kind of walking on eggshells trying to do that. Here's another area. Now this I might do almost a little bit more like it was a pin line wash here. Gonna fill that in down there. It's kind of at the base of this, which means it's our, in theory, hottest part of our flamey stuff, which means the color should actually be cooler. Remember, blue hot is way hotter than red hot, as in like much hotter. That is why blue giant stars are the hottest stars pretty much in the universe. Red giants, some of the cooler stars in the universe. And then you got average, ordinary dumpy stars like ours, yellow dwarf stars. Try me a little bit more of our later stuff down over there. Now I will grab my floral yellow, some floral orange. That's getting a little too. That's getting very peachy. We don't want peachy. Try this here again, minus the peachy stuff. Still too peachy. Still too maybe still too dry. Also. See what this here is going to do. Now they can nibble at those edges of the. Now, like here. That's it. That's what I needed. More of it here. See if I can't sneak some of them. Whoops. There's a big old blob of it right there, but I'm just going to shove that right in there. Is what it is. And we'll do that. A little more of our that orangey stuff here on our base. I mean, it's pretty close to where the flames are, so using the green stuff world texture roller here again, you can see it a whole lot better on that base. So this is the same stuff here. You'll be seeing a lot more of that base on the figures that we'll be painting on our Saturday stream. A whole bunch more. And again, if I can, I'll try to paint a couple of those. Part of it is it gives the paint more time to set. Because there's one of these that I want to paint in a tutorial. It's going to be probably a two-parter. Part of our Painting Conquest series. Done a whole bunch of Painting Conquest episodes now. Well, they're not all necessarily part of the Painting Conquest series. Some of them are part of either workbench things, basing, whatever. Or in the case of that Rakashar painting, giant monsters. Yeah, Camta. We were. I think we had a little appearance, maybe by. Oh yeah, we had an appearance by Ganov. I think while you were away there, Camta. And he kept asking, why Rakashar and these guys have all this flame coming out of them. He asked if they were Balrogs. Because all this flame is coming out of them. So here's hoping you can get that done, Cam. I know it was a time-sensitive object there. Doing that? Yeah, let's do that. Now I think that paint is set enough. I'm going to take pure orange and our Windsor red and just hit the ends of some of these flames here. Real gentle like. Real gentle like. Nice to see you there, Irid. So Irid, I hope that the stream was fabulous. Everybody please give Iridican Wife a follow. So Irid, I was hoping that your streams went well. I'm sorry I wasn't able to stream yesterday. There was all the weather stuff going on. Well, we thought it was going to be the same thing tonight. We got very lucky indeed. And of course, Irid, if you want to share any of your stuff there in chat, please go ahead. Oh, and of course, Irid, here is that is the fabulous dump cake right there. Now I think, is this the, there we go. We're kind of going backwards here in the process of making it. Oh yeah, by the way, there's the hostas doing their thing there. They already have flowers on them. Oh, and there's the garden, because this is a gardening channel, but here you go. Yeah, that's throwing the nutmeg in there with the peaches. Arid, my next one's going to be pineapple. I already have the canned pineapple. I'm going to do some experiments. Actually, Arid, believe it or not, I have red velvet cake mix. Of all crazy things, I was going to take cherries, like, the canned cherries, put that down, and then do the red velvet cake mix over the top of that. So that is another. I want to try pear. I want to try apricot. So we'll see how the pineapple one works there, Irid. Again, I might be heading to the store tomorrow to be getting some cherries, some canned cherries or whatever. That I cannot confirm nor deny that might happen. Because I already got me the red velvet cake mix. Yeah, I just, if I hadn't seen the red velvet cake mix sitting down in the basement, it really wouldn't have popped into my head, but I'm thinking that might have to be a thing, Irid. That might just have to be a thing. This is a cuisine channel, also a gardening channel. Now the dogs are probably eating all the stuff you made for them, right, Irid? On your stream on last Sunday, right? So yeah, Irid. No, I don't think I'll throw in any additional nutmeg or cinnamon on that, but it was. I think with the pears, it was suggested maybe to try adding some cinnamon to the pears. And the one thing my spidey sense told me, Irid, was go stronger with the butter on the top surface than they suggested, and it's a darn good thing I did. In fact, I might even go heavier than I did with the butter on the top, because it definitely created much more of the cobbler type of crust on the top. Oh, thanks, Recoil. So thanks, Mom. Thanks, Recoil. Thanks, Squeak. Appreciate that. Ah, it's funny, Irid. Well, great minds think alike, because that's what Kathy's sister said. She said, get yourself cardamom, and you're going to want to try that too. So, yes, great minds think alike. And she definitely mentioned the cardamom. So speaking of Mom, thank you so much, Mom. Thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. You know that obviously that helps a ton. And Recoil again. This is the stuff that came in, and I've got some orange that's coming. And this is kind of like a high quality stuff here, and it's super soft and very moist, very moist. So this is what we're using for our Lothlorien army, and you can kind of see how that's part of our thinking, right? Now I may have to get a ton more of that for our Lothlorien trees, but is a start. Well, that confirms it there, Camda. It's got to happen. I don't know if I've ever seen a recipe for that. Like obviously I've seen even things like you just get the fruit cocktail and you do it like that. But I don't know if I've ever seen the red velvet cake and the cherries in a dump cake recipe. So first time for everything. We're gonna do it. But I gotta remember the cardamom, Arid. Obviously, Kathy's sister will probably remind me at a certain point, but I gotta remember the cardamom. Let me see. I'm trying to get me a little bit more of my orange. So, Michael, how you doing? Let me see, Michael. Oh yeah. So, Michael, we did a whole set of these, a whole squad of 5 of these, Michael. Also, oh well, here you go. Here's more. That was one of my army painting series right there. We did a whole bunch of streams on these. I think we did at least 9 of these guys or something like that. And of course, while we have our chapter studies, we also painted a bunch of Smurfs on stream. Also, where you hiding? This is part of our vehicles workshop series. I think I've done. Oh, that's right. Here, let me get the Elder. We haven't showed the Elder vehicle in a while. There it is. There you go. Sorry about that, Michael. There you go. So again, there's some of our 40K. That's just a tiny sampling of the 40K stuff there. Well, that ginger's got a lot of health things. Uh, yeah, that does. There's a whole bunch of health benefits with the ginger. So that turns those cookies into health food, Arid. That is a very good play right there. Is making those cookies as healthy as possible, and now you can just say, "I'm eating healthy here." Now, of course, if you were to take 2 of those cookies and put some ice cream in the middle and then put magic shell over the top of that, it would make it even healthier because, well, chocolate has it's got nuts in it, sort of. And if it's milk chocolate, it's got milk in it, so there's those nutrients, a lot of vitamin D in there. So again, going a little bit, I don't want to go too dark with all the flamey stuff there, but we're doing a little bit more. Again, very soft brush here as well. Super soft brush there. Ah, boy, really, I really can't wait to play. Actually, Recoil, since I knew the stream was going to be later, plus I was trying to wait for that download to happen, or the upload. I painted all the rest of the trees that I have, of the ones made out of tree supports. So I think I've got 7 full-size trees and then 2 small ones. And I might actually, well, I need to make a bunch more for the Shire stuff, so I'm going to have to make at least 3 more trees or something. I have plenty of tree supports. All of that Harad encampment stuff actually made some really good smaller tree supports. Arid, that I think the dogs wouldn't mind getting at that either, Arid. Something tells me if that was on a counter and they could reach it, they wouldn't mind eating some of that, if not all of it. Let me see if I can get my darker reddish orange under there. Also under there. So now we got not just the light to dark kind. Now we got a more of a color kind. We got kind of the bluish violet here, and we got the deep red down there. Yes, the human cookies are far too valuable, right, Arid? But that does sound very fabulous. But this when Kathy's sister was telling me just how simple that cake is to make, wait a minute, it can't be that easy. There's something else that I'm missing here. And I was not. Well, and I think you've done 2 streams with those, Arid. I don't know if you're fixing to do any more. I know the dogs want you to do some. Oh, no problem there, Rico. I was just talking about the some of the those new basings, not basing, the new what is it? The reindeer moss, and the fact that I actually have to make more trees out of the tree supports because I want to basically want to have enough of these trees to populate the Shire. But again, Rico, really appreciate that. Again, that's too bad the doggies did not get that win. I'm guessing that the Geelong game is not tonight or today, unless maybe it is. Oh, and of course, wow, look at this. GWS beat Geelong. So everything that kind of worked out as bad as possible for the doggies. Every team they needed to lose won, and the game they needed to win, they lost. So I don't even think I have to look and see that they are not in the 8 anymore. And it was, oh, well, no, the game is not over yet. However, with about 3 minutes left, GWS has a 26-point lead. So I don't think the Kitties are going to survive that one. Come on, give me a little bit more of that in there. Also, over there, I'm going to change this. Shouldn't be that green. It's got to be our goldish colors. So we'll just grab you. We shall grab some of our. Come on, there you are. That's a little bit of our Naples yellow. Bring you over here. Changing that around. Like you do. Maybe a touch more light down there. Oh, we need our light. Gee whiz, never did that. Holy smokies. How did that never happen there? Thin that down a little more. That was not going to flow very well. There you go. Lighten you up a bit more here. So Rico, is it getting to be, speaking of all the cuisine there, is it getting to be dinner time there? I mean, oh, geez, okay, it's 4 a.m. here just about. So yeah, it's gotta be getting pretty close to dinner time there. Come on, a little bit of that light here too. Where's my? There we go. So the color scheme for our next, again, the figures we'll be doing on the next stream could not be more different than this. It will be very, very, very different from this. Lots of blues, lots of, it's going to be a balancing of more intense uh, blues with very grayed down warmer colors. You'll probably see some violet in there. You'll probably see some ochres and that kind of stuff, but definitely lots of blue, probably different teal colors in there. So the contrast going to be coming from different sources than here, where we have obviously a high intensity warm color, and then we have a whole collection of either cool colors or less intense warm colors. We do have some warm colors up here, but they are nowhere near the high intensity of that. Not even close. What's working over here? We'll do this. Here's another instance again of the. Sometimes with these conquest figures, your details are a little wonky. Now, actually, oh geez, Arid, I think you were still painting the. Was that the Viking bust? Right? I could swear that you had your palette out there and you were painting on that. Sorry, Arid, the brain has not been doing much braining at all this week. Well, actually, it's probably been doing too much braining. Maybe that's it. Maybe there's been too much demand on it with all these new things that we've been trying. Oh, geez, Arid. Holy smoke, this is what I wanted to show you. So, the bezels were a little bit smaller than I thought they were. These are actually pieces of Sculpey here, and these ended up being 25 mil instead of the 35 that I thought they were. So we're going to have some really tiny paintings inside these, Arid. People might actually be able to use those for earrings. Okay, that's all right. That's it, because I couldn't quite see what it was. Again, I was kind of flurrying around there. But Era did post her Pinstagram link, as we like to call it, there, so you can check that out. Arid, now some of the stuff that I painted on the slumped slash dichroic glass was not that much bigger than those. So it's not unprecedented. And I mean, well, okay, small is relative, right? This is kind of huge compared to him. So it's most definitely doable. It's just when I saw that, I'm like, okay, we gotta really come up with something I can make small, like a lot smaller. Uh, the reason, well, I didn't even do my Thursday stream, but we'll have to definitely change around the camera a little bit to try and accommodate something quite that small. Right now, the camera is set for really, I mean, it's all like not quite at maximum as far as large objects, but it's pretty darn close. is close to maximum large object setting. Now, of course, at 25 mil, those aren't that much smaller than the uh, our Necron slash Tau slash BFG bases, so that's no problem. That would be a very tiny sailboat on there. Oh, and also some very tiny Lord of the Rings scenes. But we got to do it because I think that would be super fun. I need some of me yellow out here. Where's my... Whoops, wrong shelf. Is this the thing I'm looking for? My Windsor yellow? Yeah. We'll just throw you over there. Well, I didn't need that much. What we doing here with this? That is going to go over here. We need to make that a bit more glinty because, well, it's metal, so more glinty, more better. It's not the latest yellow either. We can definitely go light in that if we wanted to. Other side, other side. This here. More here. Yeah, well, too late. That's his elbow there. Now on the metal stuff or something again that is potentially more reflective, more shiny. That's a whole different story there. That is a different story. Again, got the yellow mixed with the orange there. Now I'm going to chuck some of that down here in the fire. Come on, over here. Now the nifty thing is this stuff is still more than wet enough where I can actually get that to all blend together. Now, so Irid, hopefully the Gundam kit's going to be very fun for you. A Spoon sent me one of those. Still have to try and, well, that's going to be an after Gen Con sort of thing for sure. That is not going to be a now sort of thing. But I believe well, for sure there's got to be object source lighting on there. There's got to be freehand on there. So we have to assess, and of course we have to come up with some kind of very fun basing for it. Shall we do? Yes, we shall. More of that yellow over here. Arid, those, again, I've never actually assembled one myself. The Kathy had done one of those. Precision is what those usually are all about, right? And I mean, we're talking about very tight tolerances, right? With those things. Yeah, it's again, I've never put one of those together myself, but that's what I've always heard about those is again they're very, very precise kits for sure. Come on, a little bit more of that yellow down in there. Not so much. We don't want to wipe out our lightest stuff here at all. So again, keeping that white down in those recesses there. And again, 5 hours, 6 minutes, and 8 seconds ago, this was just primer. Well, in fact, here we will just grab. That's what he looked like there. That is precisely what he looked like. It's a little bit different than what he looks like now. Yeah, here it's somebody. They actually had some physical, assembled ones, and they were showing me just how, precisely the pieces fit together and everything. And it's just having made all of those different plastic GW kits, I'm like, wow, those are. That's like some kind of hideous die-cast toy by comparison. In comparison to those kits and the precision on those things. Oh, there's another area where things got a little bit on the gray side right there, but that little bit of yellow is helpful for sure. Up here, right there, a couple of areas where I might want some of my lighting to hit here also. Let me get that more. As light as this is value 3 at most. This is not a value 1, not even a value 2. Again, it's more like a value 3. They've been around for quite a while, right, Irid? Okay, not sure what... All of a sudden, this thing for Windows 11 just took over my screen. I'm like, what in the world just happened here? Now, oh, yeah, I'll run that down here. Maybe these guys get a little more of that, too. Also this. Like so. Also here, yep, on the underside of these guys, come on. Get on there. Oh, Irid, I was wondering if it might even be close to 50. So, yeah, at least I was kind of in the ballpark there. Well, when you do really, really high-end, high-quality stuff, you tend to stick around more. Well, I guess when you're the leader in the clubhouse, right, Irid? Let me get this going here. Fine, fine, fine. Is my... Oh, that's over here. Good. Just grab me some of this now. Yeah, a little extra, maybe glint on some of this stuff right here. Yeah, too much. Oh, looky here. We can do this. It's like we have an eraser. Look at that. there. Yep. Also that. Catch this up down here. So there. What else? What else? Let me get these a little bit extra little light glint on those two. And then the tricksy part here, because this blade edge is not super nifty. Let me see if we can hold this in a really weird way. What came up? Okay, that already wasn't going to work. Just going to drag that along that edge there. Need to do a similar thing along here. Maybe on that side a little-ish. Yeah, not too much. Nope. Orange. More orange. Now I think I can get a little of the yellow. Push that down further. Down the sword. Alright. Gemstones over. Let me see if I can. Here, let me go back a little bit of my burgundy here. Take away some of that little light dot there. Also there. Okay. Boy, here all I can think about now is the cherry red velvet dumb cake. That is pretty much all that's on my brain right now. That's we are going to be challenging Doji for those fabulous bakery runs. What makes it extra convenient there, Arid, is since I gave a third of it to the neighbors next door. Well, I went through this one considerably faster than I might ordinarily have done, which means I get to make me another one. Which, of course, then I can give part of that to the neighbors and say, oh, well, the neighbors already have part of it. I need to make another one. I'm already out. Strategic generosity, I believe that's what that is called. Now that's got a little bit of our slightly opaque bluish tone. See that little bit of bluishness there? We are going to do that. There's also a teensy bit of the Prussian blue. We got some of our violet comboed in there too. So now we got purples, we got violets, we got blues, we got all the stuffs in there. We'll do that here. Now, no. I was tempted to do the blue there, but all that, a tiny suggestion there. Okay, that's good. That I'll settle for. I will settle for that. Now over here, we got to go darker again. Let me grab some of this here. This is another, again, a situation here where I've got to kind of artificially draw in some edges there that aren't really actually there. Touch of that down here. So yes, if possible, I will try to have the strip maybe 10-ish or something like that. That is a little bit earlier. So again, it's all if things work out. And again, try to paint 2 of those Jinn there so that I can be a little bit more on target for what we need to get done for Gen Con and such. There we go. That just kind of stopped very, very abruptly. That was a little too abrupt. That was a little too abrupt there. Also, that needs a little something there. Of course, now, if that's to match our Rakashara, we could go with a green there instead of a gold, but we'll go with the gold there. I'm going to maybe put some of that over here too, just to change the color of it, not the value. It's the color is pretty much the same, or the value is the same. Color is shifting a little bit more towards a yellowish tone there. Here's another instance where that should probably be a little smidge lighter. Oh, here, blending brush for that bit of skin tone there. Let me go back to this. Let me try this again. Is our Naples yellow? We had not really ever used that color that much before. It was one of those colors that got the sister scent and the regular oils, and then I just got one in the alkyds. And of course, what's in there? Pigment Red 101. Like everything. You look at Phthalo Green. Look, there's Pigment Red 101 in there. You look at Titanium White, and there's still Pigment Red 101 in there. Because Pigment Red 101 is in everything. At least you would think that when you look at those pesky pigment numbers again. You can look at them as like a very, very loose reference. I just remember in the early days of oils, people would look at those and go, oh, I have this pigment number, therefore I have this color. Keep in mind that Mars Red, Venetian Red, also Burnt Sienna, which don't look anything like each other, are all just Pigment Red 101. There is a difference in the process. Maybe Paint Hand Dan can explain it to us. How you doing there, Dan? Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Paint Hand Dan a follow. So Paint Hand, remember we were talking about getting all the conquest stuff? This is the first of it here. And again, now there's not much of the base right? But that is that's the Rakashar base. That's the base for Rocky. And of course, we are going to be painting these on our next stream right here. Now, these are going to be all kind of like blues and the white, very much an air elemental here. So you'll be able to see much more of the base on this that doesn't have, not so influenced by all the orangey glow. So Paint Hand, great to see, of course. And of course, Paint Hand Dan, if you would like to share somethings in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. Everybody, please give Paint Hand Dan a follow. So we're working with the oil paints. 5 hours, 21 minutes ago. This, well, it had no paint on it. It was just a bunch of primer. We have been using our alkyd oils on this. So those, again, those are the oils that are going to dry much more promptly than, say, your regular oil paints. And again, everybody please give Paint Hand Dan a follow. Hey there, Miss Cayman, how you doing? Welcome back. Check this out, Paint Hand. This was our Monday stream. Right there, a little twist on Armada Mondays. A little bit of Panel Line Galactica there, because reasons. Also done with the oil paints. Let me hit another here, one of these. More of our lighter stuff on the base here. So again, Paint Hand, and if you would like to share some fabulous painted stuff there in the chat, feel free to do that. You got your Discord, Insta link, whatever. I know you just finished your stream, so you either skedaddle off to that photo booth, or you show maybe some work in progress type things. Nah, that's what I'm looking for. We need to throw some of this down into here. Again, that's mighty close to where the fire source is, so it better be lighter. I mean, there you go. Better be somewhat lighter. I would like to maybe, see, man, it should be not too light, because that is sort of in the shadowy. Alright, here, this is it's also getting a little bit of our burgundy on there, which is good. Changing up that skin tone, or just a teensy bit. Whoops, wrong pile. That's the pile. Also over here, that's a little too thick of an edge there. We'll cut that down a little too. Maybe not quite so light up here either. Darker that is, the lighter our firelight is. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Paint Hand Dan just shared. And then if you could, please give Paint Hand Dan a follow. That would be very nice of you to do. Let me do this here, 1 second. I'm going to try working a little bit more of our darker teal up in there. All that is phthalo green, Prussian blue. And again, everybody please check out that Instagram link that Paint Hand Dan just shared. So again, our next stream, which is, well, literally just hours from now since it's 4:30 in the morning here. More Conquest figures. No problem there, Irid. Thank you so much for the thanks so much for the rate and hanging out here. Appreciate that. And have, of course, you have a fabulous Saturday stream yourself. You're not doing a Sunday stream, right? The doggies, they're not getting that lucky that many times in a row, right? There's not going to be a fabulous stream for them on Sunday. So see you later. So again, these painted all entirely with oil paints, start to finish. No zenithal, no acrylic, no nothing. Just using the oils like always. So see you later there, Irid. Now, okay, well, we get to redo that because the green just kind of waltzed right into a zone where it weren't supposed to go. Alright, that's fine. Be that way. Fine. There. Fixed. Now, down here, I gotta... Again, we're gonna have to kind of paint in a little bit of detail type stuff over here that maybe not actually there so much. Can I make that a little lighter down there? Okay. That might be too much of a yellowish orange. But believe it or not, we need a more of a reddish orange up here. The further we are away from the... Alright, fine. We'll just use the pure orange. Again, that is the Series 7 Winsor Newton stuff. The translucent paint that paints like an opaque. It's another one of those weird oil paint colors. There are some colors that just do really weird things. Not necessarily like, well, sometimes they're weird in a not so great way, but again, this is a rather expensive color, as in it's potentially, that one color might cost more than every other color on the palette combined. Potentially by a decent, well, I don't know about a wide margin, but definitely at least as much, if not more. Now, of course, that was gifted to me, and all my other expensive ones, those were gotten in some kind of either summer sale, winter sale, whatever. They were not acquired at full price. So if you do want, say, maybe one of those kind of pricier colors, maybe you just stock those either at your art store or online or whatever. Just wait. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. And then perhaps the moment is right and you snag it, because maybe it's 40% off, maybe more. So again, 5.5 hours ago, we had no paint on here. A completely paint-free object. May get some of this over here. No, maybe this. Yeah, that pure orange. Man, and that's why it costs. Now, of course, cadmium scarlet is or cadmium orange. But then again, those are going to be pricey as well. Maybe not as pricey as the, well, I guess if they're Williamsburg, they might be. I mean, those are not going to be cheap. Cadmium colors, not going to be cheap. You might say, oh, I got this cadmium red hue and it was really cheap. Well, that's cadmium red hue, not cadmium red. You just have to lift up the tube to feel the difference. A tube of cadmium or cobalt will quite literally feel twice as heavy as it should. Because one of the most common kind of pigment substances will be, well, metals. Oxides of cobalt and cadmium, those are heavy metals, and that's what gives them the luster and everything, and the long lasting. And well, that is what you're going to be shelling out for as far as the price goes. Is it worth it to you? Now, someone who does this for a living and obviously does 2D paintings as well as the miniatures, well, that's a different paradigm. If you're just going to paint an occasional D&D figure, maybe there you just get along okay without the cadmium stuff or the cobalts. Maybe you just do something there. There are other things. Okay, that cadmium red hue we are talking about. Maybe you just get that, or you just get naphthol red, or you go even cheaper and you get the Alkyd Windsor red. You have options. Again, it all depends on your needs. And painting needs, well, those are going to vary substantially from person to person. Also considering, again, your cadmium cobalt paints, those also come attached with a very, very long drying time. Well, heavy metals. So maybe that also changes your decision metric there. What do we got going on here? Yeah, some of this now. Little there. Just some of the paint off of that brush. There's way too much paint sitting on there. Come on. A little more of that on the bottom of this here. And now I do think, well, now it is 4:35 a.m. here. We have got to, well, do some foods here as well. Speaking of cuisine channel. So I do want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations, especially since it was, well, are we streaming? Well, probably not. Well, it looks like maybe, probably not. So thanks for putting up with all of that. Bestest moderator on the Twitches. Armored Wolf's going to be at DJinn. So our Armored Wolf wants to post the booth number there in the chat. Those being at DJinn should be checking out the Armored Wolf booth. And of course, I want to say thanks for all those bits, all those subs, all the follows and the cheers, and the raids. Thanks Landrast, thanks Camda, and of course, thank you so much Recoil for the dono there. That is very helpful, for sure. That's fantastic, Camda. Can't wait to see some pictures of. Well, he's not Benny. He's Benny's brother, Lenny, I guess. That'll be Lenny the Balrog. So here he is, and we got that pretty much ready to go too. So first one of those, then soon enough we're going to be getting to these right here. More conquest, more better, right? So it's going to be Bobby Balrog and Benny the Balrog, and then there'll be Bernard, I guess. So, well, thanks, Paint Hand. Sorry to be cutting out on you so soon here, but appreciate the raid, Paint Hand. Thank you so much, and thanks, Armored Wolf. So I'll shoot you some messages there, Landris. Got to tell you, got to show you pictures of that new stuff that showed up for sure. So here, let's get this underway because that takes a few mementos there. So first of our conquest Efreets. Again, we're going to do another one of these on stream, and then we're going to do a tutorial vid on one of these too. So thank you so much, everybody, and I will catch you later today. Plenty, never too many of those Landris, never enough of those.